Hey friends, welcome. There we are, finally. Underway with another one of our Slant Alpha adventures, live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Scrambling to get ready. We had to reassign some controls in the Lear 35 from FlySimWare, because of course you guys might know that earlier this week my flap control on my Honeycomb Bravo broke, so I've been kind of shuffling some stuff around. At some point I'll take it apart and see if I can figure it out. I think it just became disconnected from the spring mechanism, but it kind of just hangs loose and randomly triggers. So I've unassigned it from the controls of each plane that we've flown since then, and so now I've got to, reassign the flap control to something else. And so that was what I was working on. And then it always takes me an extra minute to do flight planning when we're flying outside of the U.S. And tonight we are going to do just that. I was convinced, that I was going to have personal plans before the stream tonight, so didn't think we were even going to be on. The personal plans have been pushed to tomorrow evening. But I wasn't even sure that there was going to be a Friday Night Ops event on the calendar today. Matter of fact, there wasn't as of just before 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, but they added one late. If you go under Pilot Tools and Events Calendar here on VATUSA.net, and you see there sure as heck is one. And should we call them out? Yeah, posted yesterday at 1:51, almost 1:52 p.m. So hey, better late than never, I suppose. But it's the summer break at Riviera Maya Friday Night Ops event in partnership between VATUSA and VATSIM Mexico. The three airports they are featuring are Cancun, Cozumel, and Merida. And those three airports are all down in what I believe is called the Yucatan Peninsula area. And so that's where we're going to head. We're going to head to Cozumel. Now, that's another location that my wife and I have actually visited in real world. We visited with the cruise port, and then we did an excursion to the Mayan ruins that are there in Cozumel, Mexico. So I figured that's where we'll fly to today in the Lear 35. We're starting from Opelika, which is aka Miami Executive. We're going to start there. We're going to head down to Cozumel, and then we're going to come back to my parents' neck of the woods in Fort Myers, Florida, except instead of landing at Regional Southwest, we're going to land at the oh, hang on a second. Hang on. Make sure I click the right thing this time. But when we head back to from Cozumel back up to Fort Myers, instead of landing at Regional Southwest, we'll land at what is kind of the main general aviation airport in Regional Southwest, Fort Myers area, which is called Page Field. And my parents have actually driven me past there. This is our first leg, departing from Opelika down to the south and west, kind of over top of Key West, and then we're going to join this airway UB879 on down. I'll come back to that paragraph in just a moment. But then down here to Cozumel. And I've also got that route plotted into Navigraph Desktop because obviously I don't have the approach charts and the star charts to Cozumel in SkyVector, so we've got that programmed into Navigraph charts, and that's what we're going to primarily use to fly by tonight rather than SkyVector. Alright, let me sort out the situation in the chat as we've got Kenny Monster stopping in, and we've got CTXCB with the resubscription. 69 is a funny number. And okay, oh my gosh, you are melting over there. Yeah, and yeah, I'm melting over here, but at least we've got the benefit of that nice American air conditioning going on. But good to have you here, hanging out with us, CTXCB. Thank you for the continued support of the channel. 69-month subscription to the channel, and man, we continue to appreciate all of the support that we get in terms of the subscriptions and the gift subs and the cheer bits and the donations. Yeah, we've got air conditioning and we've got houses that aren't made primarily of bricks. That is true. That is true. We got humidity. We got crazy humidity down here in the Mid-Atlantic. But all right, pups, settle in. We're gonna do some flying, and you're all gonna be nice to each other. Man, it's one of those days here. One of those days. I did get the flap lever reassigned to the magneto switch. I'll test that when we get in here, but let's just go ahead and walk up to the aircraft and get all the covers off. We're going to leave the wheel chocks there for now, but at the very least we can get the pitot cover, windshield cover, and engine cover, and we'll go ahead and pop open the door. I've rearranged the flow list a little bit so we can get stuff filed before we load passengers in, and have the aircraft a little bit more ready by the time we do that. We've got fueling to do. Nothing to put in the fuselage tank, but we need up to 1471 in the tips. Okay. All right, well, let's get to that. Let's get the utilities page. Let's get ground power connected. And then let's go ahead and call for the fuel truck here. Fuel page. Yeah, 870. Let's go ahead and call the truck. We're going to fill the wing tanks all the way up, and then the tip tanks are going to be almost full at 1471. You'll notice that the fuel starts coming into the tip tanks only, and then once the tip tanks get over 600, then they start overflowing to fill the rest of the wing tanks. So you'll see that start to happen here in just a moment. It takes a moment to... Did it just not register? It still takes a moment, but we should see it. Okay, there we go. All right, so we see the fuel now starting to come into the tip tanks, and eventually it'll spill into the wing tanks once it gets over 600 apiece. And there we go. Yeah, CTXTB says, let's talk about humidity. The UK is an island surrounded by water, and during the summer it averages between 70 and 100%. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we get that same situation here in the Mid-Atlantic with the Chesapeake Bay and the Atlantic Ocean. So, yeah, so you know humidity. Ruby the juice is stopping in. We got the juice flowing into the tanks here. So while we're waiting for the fueling to happen, we'll get the airplane up and running. We do have our flight plan filed. We've not gotten anything in sort of a clearance. Oh, it looks like we had Miami approach on. Does not look like we've got them on anymore, so I guess we're going to be on our own in terms of a clearance. And yeah, and that the air traffic control services are down around this way are not due on until the top of the next hour. That was one thing. The event starts at midnight Zulu. They say 23:59 just to make it clear that it starts on Friday. It's a Friday night ops. It's on Friday's calendar, but it's technically, if it starts at 8 p.m. Eastern time during the summer, that's technically it starts on Saturday in terms of Zulu time. But in order to disambiguate that as to what day it's happening, they always back that 1 minute up just to make sure that it's consistent that it starts on Friday. But anyway, top of the next hour is when that event actually starts, and that's on our destination. So and with the event being hosted in Mexico, there's no guarantee we would have Miami air traffic control coverage on for that. So it's a normal Friday. They may or may not end up being here. If not, we'll proceed as though we are cleared as filed. And in terms of that star, or that SID rather, that SID out of Opelika, it does not, it says top altitude is assigned by ATC, but the first restriction is to cross Asti at or above 5,000. Now that Asti is down south of the Bravo, and we're starting up here. Where are we? Miami International. Okay, so here we are north of Miami. So we're going to climb to 5,000 and then kind of cut across the path of the Miami International departures and arrivals. So we're going to have to kind of do that judiciously and figure out how to do that in a way that doesn't conflict with anybody departing or arriving from Miami. We'll be on our own for that, but we'll kind of peek at VATSIM radar and provide our own ATC separation services as we do that. So yeah, we'll start here. We'll cross over here somehow, and then end up at Asti at 5,000. So we'll work that out. I don't know what the initial climb usually is. I tell you what, it might be. We look at Sky Vector and we go to the VFR chart. This might be one of those departures where you stay nice and low to be below the Bravo shelf. The Bravo shelf starts at 2,000 here, so man, I could envision. Go to Miami TAC chart. I could envision which way to 100. So we're going to be departing eastbound. I could envision that the initial altitude would be something like 2,000, and then they swing you out over top. Or I don't really know, but but let's just assume our initial altitude is 2,000. We're going to stay below the Bravo shelf here, come around, and then we'll pick up that point offstate that way. So that way, if we're below the Bravo, we stay below the Bravo the entire time. We'll almost treat it like a VFR flight. We stay below the Bravo, then we all know that we automatically won't be in conflict with any of the departures or arrivals out of Miami. The Bravo airspace is designed to encapsulate all that space that they need for that. So staying below the Bravo shelf will kind of guarantee that we don't get tangled up with those. So I think that'll be our plan. We'll assume that initial altitude is 2,000. Unless we get air traffic control services on, and then they'll guide us. But there we go. All right, yeah, we can start to see, okay, yeah, the fuel has not started to spill into the wing tanks just yet, but that's about to happen here. Let's go ahead and continue. We want to be pushed in about 10 minutes and airborne in about 20, so we do need to kind of keep this rolling here. Rookie 31st is also with us. All right, so let's start with the standby battery. We should see the emergency power light and the altimeter lights up, nothing else going on. With the second click, we should get the gear indicators. Everything's looking good so far. We'll go with the regular batteries and the inverters, and the nav lights can come on as well. The avionics master, which is our chicken cluck switch, our autopilot master, anti-skid comes up.
I'm gonna need some pliers and
is that Melvin? Melvin's stopping in.
Ball bearings.
What the hell you need ball bearings for?
It's all ball bearings
transponder should come up in standby mode. It doesn't, but we'll automatically we'll kick it over there. DME1 is set to nav 1 in knots. DME2 is set to nav 2 in knots, which is where I like it. Yaw damper power can come on twice down here, and we can reset the master warning. On the Garmin's, let's hit enter twice on both. And check on our fueling. So, yep. So the tanks, the tip tanks are now kind of hovering just above 600. The overflow from that is spilling into the wings. And then once the wings are completely full, the tip tanks need to go up to 1470 something, I think I said. Yeah, 1471. Alright, we are going to assume that we're departing off of the south runway eastbound. Unless the controller comes on to tell us something different. That is the plan. No, the south runway. Yeah, that's too short for us. What was the wind? 100? Yeah, I think we looked at it on Sky Vector. I don't think we officially pulled it through B-Pilot. METAR KOPF. 100 at 10. I think that 12 is probably fine. 6,800 foot runway. Yeah, we'll depart from runway 12. That's fine. That'll be our plan. Again, unless a controller comes on and tells us something different. Alright, so we've got our METAR. We don't have the clearance to obtain comm radios. We do want to check and make sure what the common traffic advisory frequency is here. 13467. Let's double check that in the pilot client. TTAF for KOPF. Well, let's put the period right. .67 is correct. So we'll put that in. Uh, 134.67. Of course, we transmitted that on text frequency 127.85, so probably nobody saw it. 134.67, and then 122.8 is what we'll plan to switch to as our en route advisory. But then let's also monitor 21.5 on COM 2. And yeah, so transmit and receive on COM 1, but receive also on COM 2. Okay, that all seems good. Wings are almost full. And then we got another 400 pounds each in the tips to go. Let's go ahead to our flight plan and start entering. We're going to be starting from K. Nope. O. P. F. Enter. Procedure. We're going to just pick the departure. Enter. What do we say it was called? It was called the Mainer 3. Enter. Runway 12. Enter. And we're ending up at Kanoa, and we'll load that. Push for the cursor. We can clear the port because we're not returning to the airport, so let's clear and enter the airport waypoint. After Kanoa, UB-879 is a straight shot all the way down to this point, walkie, so we'll just put that one in. And enter. Still got, uh-oh. How do we only have 11? Yeah, something is wrong. We've only got 1,100 pounds in each tip tank. We're supposed to have the longer tip tanks, 1,540 in each. How is it that we've got the wrong size tip tanks here? Alright, well, let's start moving it into the fuselage tank. Nope, other way. That's going to take a minute. Yeah, it takes a minute. You can kind of see that the pump's turning. And the fuel's draining, but refilling. Okay, so yeah, the latest update with the Lear has some oddity. The fuel system's not done right. The tip tanks are supposed to be able to be fillable up to like 1,500 or so. Alright, so we're 600 pounds short overall, so let's just fill the fuselage tank all the way up. Oh, Shot 2020 is checking in. Sorry guys, I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball on getting this plane up and ready. We want to be pushing back now, but I really need to get the rest of this route put in. And then after Walkie, it's Emosa, and then we'll put in our destination. We'll worry about putting in the arrival once we're for certain which direction they're landing there. We think we know. We think it's going to be direction 12, but just to be sure, we'll wait. After Walkie, it's called Emosa, E-M-O-S-A. Emosa, enter. And then our destination, MMCZ.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Enter. Okay. Alright, so let's up the range. Yeah, so that's this, that point Austie. Okay, and our nav page there. Good, okay. Squawk that's showing for me on SkyVector is 3733. And we'll go ahead and put it into altitude mode. Alright, I'm gonna, as I said, I'm gonna start with the assumption the 2000 is where we're gonna have to level off. And the initial heading is gonna be off of runway 12, but then we'll turn out immediately. So, runway heading, excuse me, runway heading 128, but we feel like we're going to need to immediately turn out to the east to avoid the Bravo, so I'm going to turn to a heading of 093. We'll just call it 090 just for round figures, immediately after departure, and so that's what we'll dial in as our initial heading, and we'll get that set. Man, I gotta clear my throat. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do that with the mic. Is that any better? I guess. So we got the heading armed. We got the altitude select armed. And I guess that's gonna be as good as it gets. Confirm parking brake is set. And let's go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on. Yeah, on, which is up. Yeah, this is a super slow pump. I'll tell you what, we'll end our fuel service. Let's stop the transfer into the fuselage tank. So we'll call that the end of our fuel service, but we might have to take on some fuel in Cozumel in order to make it back. But man, it's weird that the fuel system on the tablet's messed up. It doesn't have the longer tip tank capacity correct. So that's fine. We'll go back and we'll go to the utilities page and yeah, so seatbelt signs are on. We can disconnect ground power. We will go ahead and oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so let's go ahead and load our plane. So we'll go here, aircraft, flight performance, mass and balance. Let's go ahead and load the cargo first, because that goes in under the back seat. And then we'll go ahead and put that in. Of course, obviously here, the way we're doing it in the tablet, it's all going to be instant. But yeah, just for pedantry of it, we'll put the cargo in first. Okay, the aircraft is loaded. Let's go back, and now we'll exit the plane. We can see our passengers there waiting for us. We can pull the wheel chocks finally, and then we'll hop back in. And GPU is off, and the door can be closed. Alright, it's 88 degrees in the cabin right now. We're going to start with that knob all the way rotated to the left. We'll get it cooled off in here just as quickly as we can. Pressurization, we are going to cruise at flight level 430 today for our first leg, so let's go ahead and get that dialed in. Passed it. So there's 430, so the cabin altitude to be sitting at 6,500. Let's go to the takeoff performance page. Nice thing about that is that we can sync everything from the sim and calculate our takeoff numbers. I'm not going to worry about the pitch trim. 94, 137, 143, 146. So 94. $137, 143, 146. I'm going to set this to 176 because that's the speed we're going to pitch to if we got two functioning engines. 143 is our V2 speed. Or VRs, that's our rotation speed, 143. V2 is always just 3 knots higher, so if we rotate and we've only got one functioning engine, we'll just pitch to 3 knots above this bug. The abort speed is 137, so we'll get that set here. So again, the abort speed is, if we have any safety critical items happen prior to reaching abort speed, we'll abort the takeoff. If we reach or exceed this bug, we'll continue to accelerate to this bug, and then we'll rotate. If we have one functioning engine, we'll pitch to this bug plus 3. If we have two functioning engines, we'll pitch to that bug plus 33, really. And then once we get to 1,000 feet, we'll retract the flaps and continue on. Let's get our beacon light on. We don't need to push back from this position, which is nice, save us a little bit of time. Let's go ahead and get number 2 started. Wait till we get 13% in, we'll bring the lever out of cutoff. Okay, the light's off, we can go ahead and pop that into generator mode. The same thing with number 1. Nice stable start on number 2. 13% in, lever out of cutoff. Lights off, gen mode. Alright, cabin air on, and then let's get it cool. Alright, let's do a control surface check. Obviously, we'd be checking the movement of the exterior control surfaces, but for sim purposes, let's just make sure that all the sim controls move as they should. And then, oh yeah, flaps, levers here now, right on the magneto switch. Trim, I'm going to set just the minimum amount that makes the plane happy. Alright, and we'll get the steering lock knob, get engaged. Alright. Oh, we do have Miami Center on 132.2 now, so now let's go ahead and grab an actual clearance. 132.2.
Feel free to speak at level 400.
Skipper 2203, Miami Center, you need to follow flight plan. New Zealand 361 radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 360 sail.
Okay, and let's just see if we are going to be given anything different than what we already were. Could see us launching 9 left instead of 12, but we'll see what they say. It doesn't matter to me. I'm good either way. It doesn't change anything about our initial plan. Miami Center, Lear 514 Delta Victor's at Opalaka. We get the weather IFR to Cancun.
514 Delta Victor, Miami, your number 2, stand by. November 6 Alpha, Miami Center, Mark, and your flight plan, give me a sec.
Okay, we had hoped to be airborne by exactly now, but now we got VATSIM Air Traffic Control Services and a brief ground delay while we get that sorted out. So let's just watch the temperature as the cabin cools off. Could pick it up in the air, yeah, true enough. That's sometimes difficult for VATSIM controllers if they've got a lot going on. It's one guy covering Miami Center top down across the board here. So I'm gonna let him let him get his airspace sorted out instead of trying to force his hand and make him deal with me after I'm already moving at 250 knots.
November 6 Alpha clearing.
Ready, 6 Alpha.
November 6 Alpha cleared to the Kilo 3 Uniform Alpha Airport via radar vectors IMOC, then as well. Maintain 2000, expect 3000, 10 minutes after. Departure this frequency is clock 0047.
Oh, Melvin's got family in town.
Alpha cleared to Stewart, radar vectors IMOC, then as well. Climb maintain 2000, 3000, 10 minutes after. Departure with you, clock 0047.
6 Alpha, your back is correct, and equals altimeter 3007, and you can expect only 5 for departure.
6 Alpha.
Miami centered around level 01.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I show weather developing over here over Wilming's request less deviation for weather.
Tower 1201. Flight heading of 340 for weather, and it's going to maintain 16,000.
Unable, lead like a left turn if able.
Alright, make it a left off at 250.
Left 250 and 16,000 around 1201.
Miami Center, American 707, 2,900 climbing.
Might be just a minute.
For,
like I said, Miami Center is all being controlled by one guy right now. So anybody that's moving is going to take precedence over us.
Delta Victor clear.
Go ahead.
514 Delta Victor clear to the Mike Charlie Zulu Airport. Maynard 3 departure, Kanoa transition, then as well. Maintain 2000, expect flight level 43010 minutes after departure. This frequency is clock 3733.
Alright, clear to Cozumel, Maynard 3 departure, Kanoa transition, then as filed. We'll maintain 2000, expecting 430 and 10 departure with you, 3733, 514 Delta Victor.
514 Delta Victor, correct, expect 911 call for taxi, Opalaka, altimeter 3008.
3008, we're ready to taxi, 514 Delta Victor.
514 Delta Victor, 911 taxi by Papa.
911, yeah, Papa, 514 Delta Victor. Okay. So initial 2 is correct. Alright, so parking brake off. And a little bit of juice. And away we go.
American 1050, expect ILS 10.
So ILS 10, American 1050. Can we cancel the speed restriction on this arrival, please?
Delete the speed.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're departing off runway 9er left. The runway heading 0903. Set that in there properly. Taxi light is on as we leave the ramp. We'll get weather radar on as we leave the ramp.
908 Miami, welcome.
And so this first taxiway that goes westbound is Papa. That's what we're trying to join here.
Miami Center, good afternoon, November 40 Bravo Alpha.
November 40 Bravo Alpha, Miami, go ahead.
November 40 Bravo Alpha, we are line up and way runway to A right, ready for takeoff.
40 Bravo Alpha, were you told to line up on the runway?
Say again, sir?
Were you told to line up on the runway?
Yes, line up and way the runway.
I'm told we were told by who?
That? Who told you to do that?
I go to follow the dirt, 3,000 feet. The clearing is clear to follow the dirt, rather vector climbing for 3,000 feet, and the 12.45.
That's not what he's asking you, dude. Why are you on a runway?
You're not getting my question, but anyways, fly heading 060 on lead right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, but ask me the question again, please, if you want.
I was asking if you were told to line up on the runway.
No, I just the ground told me before takeoff to talk with the with center. I'm so sorry because I don't have a tower here, and
still.
I tried to the runway. Sorry, man.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking. If ground is sending you over to me, you can't just line up on the runway. So you gotta hold short of the runway, okay?
Yes, next time I apologize, man.
He's got
I apologize, really. The next time I won't do that again.
He's got it. He's got it. He understands.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your patience.
All good.
Thank you for your help.
Good attitudes all around.
Here for take on, no?
Yeah, 40 Bravo Alpha, flighting 060 on late right, clear for takeoff.
We still got a little bit of taxiing to
November
do.
40 Bravo Alpha, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, fly heading 060.
Traffic on 6 Alpha, Naples, ready to taxis on these traffic weather.
And I'm 6 Alpha.
Yeah, Melvin's got it right. Says that's what the South American controllers deal with when I'm down there. Only in reverse. Yeah, right. All good. Good attitudes all around. The pilot needed to be told he did something wrong, so he doesn't do that again. But controller handled it professionally. Pilot understood what was going on there, so good lesson. It's okay to be told you messed up. That's one thing. I think a lot of new folks coming onto VATSIM, they get really bent when they're told that they did something wrong. It's okay to make a mistake. If you make that mistake with a good attitude and learn from it, it's okay to make a mistake and be called out for it. Okay to not be perfect as long as you learn from it. Alright, we're coming to the end of Papa.
United 1154, mine, welcome. United 1154, I need an even flight level for direction of flight. What altitude would you like?
Take level 340 for 1154.
United 1154, climb to maintain flight level 340.
Let me take level 340, United 1154.
Yeah, alright, so I'm kind of at the Tango and Tango 1 intersection here. The taxi light off.
Delta 8011, sorry about that. I got to give you a clearance on voice. Advisor to copy. Delta 11, already copy.
Kenny says, I remember being in Lube, fucking Rob. Yeah, all good though.
Departure, JMAC transition, then as well. Maintain 16,000, expect flight level 360, 10 minutes after departure this frequency, squawk 3560. You're going to be at the buffer when departure, same at,
okay, we can go ahead and get our weather radar on.
I'm going to maintain 16,000, expect 320, 10 after departure frequency, squawk 3560.
And let's pop it over to the weather.
Delta 11 back is correct, but the QSL perimeter is,
lights will get on when we get rolling.
3009.
Arm the reversers. Actually, I didn't test the reversers.
Miami Hood, United 1618, flight level 350,
Continuous ignition.
United 1618 Miami,
Quito,
need an even flight level. What altitude would you like?
stall warnings and radio altimeter are all on.
Alright, John, no question. I'll give it to you when you get into my airspace. Roger.
Center 514 Delta Victor, short of correction, short of 9 left at open lock already.
514 Delta Victor, wind 100 to 10, 9 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 9 left, 514 Delta Victor.
40 Bravo Alpha, your radar
Strobe
contact,
lights.
maintain 3000, say altitude.
Forward facing lights all on.
Radar Vector, November 40 Bravo Alpha, climb and 3000, we are 1500.
American 1157, RNAV default, runway to right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, A right, RNAV default, 1157.
They're all sub 01 to send by device 2, Miami Lies East.
Device 2 landing.
Okay, we're going to hold on to the master cancel while we're taking off, and that's going to keep our nose wheel engaged, and then as soon as we have airspeed indication, we'll let go of that and we'll be steering via rudder.
Hotel is not current, so let me know if you want the runway 10 left or 10 right.
We're set up for 10 right, so if we can get that, that'd be great for JetBlue 410.
Travel 49, runway 10 right, taxi Tango 8, Quebec, Juliet.
Tango 8,
All right.
Quebec, Juliet, 10 right.
No vibrations, no warnings. Takeoff power at 94 coming at you.
Turn left 300.
November 40 Bravo Alpha, 10 left, 3000.
Okay, airspeed's alive. We'll let go of the pitch of the cancel.
Naples ready for takeoff. 396 Alpha, wind 0106, fly runway 80, runway 5, clear for takeoff.
Okay, there's a V1. There's a V rotate.
United 1618, follow to maintain, follow with 360. 360,
Gears coming up. Pitch to the triangle speed.
American 1157, radar contact, follow to maintain, follow with 360, say altitude.
Take that to 1,000.
Miami Center, good evening, 14338, we're crossing 8,000.
Delta 1152, Miami Center, RNAV default, there right, clear for takeoff.
Right, flight to takeoff, RNAV default.
And then after 1,000 feet, flaps can come
Delta
in.
Victor, radar contact, say altitude, climb to maintain 16,000.
We are 1,200 going to 16,000 now, 514 Delta Victor.
514 Delta Victor, turn left heading 300.
300, 514 Delta Victor.
Center, can you meet up 1058 with you 280?
Delta 1050 in Miami, descended by the captain for Palm Beach Plan.
Okay, so the continuous ignition can come off, the reversers can go disarmed. We got the yaw damper on. Get the engines backed off to just 795 for the climb. Flaps did come in. Still pulling off the cabin.
United 1257 at
And let's lower the nose just a little bit and capture 250 knots on the way up.
Good ILS 904 United 514 Delta Victor, proceed direct Austin.
Direct Austin, 514 Delta Victor.
1,400, 2,000, and we're heading out of the
That's going to be kind of to our southwest. So I'll just continue the turnaround to the southwest. Then I'll get myself going direct Austin here in just a moment. Let's get 250 captured.
40 Bravo Alpha, roger.
And then let's go
Confirm.
flight plan. Austin, direct, enter, and then nav.
Yeah, Miami JetBlue 1495, short 10. JetBlue 1495, running 10, right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, I think we've got that now.
Delta 1152, radar contact, climb and maintain, follow with 360, say altitude.
Keep the engines up.
514 Delta Victor, climb and maintain, follow with 430.
430, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, we're right over top of Miami International, which is cool. Alright, so we're direct Austie. Engines at just under 800. Cabin's starting to cool off now. So let's watch cabin altitudes climbing as well. We'll check on pressurization as we get through 10,000 here. But in terms of our departure, everything seems to be going fine. We're direct Austie. Okay, we're coming up on 10. Number of things we can do. Forward-facing lights come off, which is the landing lights and recognition lights. Let us kick it out of speed mode for a second. I'm going to lower the nose. We're going to capture 270 knots on the way up now. Going to keep the engines going up at 795.
Cabo 1495, you're ready to contact, turn right 180 to climb and maintain 16,000. We're at a right turn, heading 180, we'll find 6,000 for JetBlue 1495.
Just lower the nose. Keep at least 1,000 feet in the climb.
6,000 JetBlue 1495.
There's 260, and there's 270. Okay, we'll recapture that.
Market 3304, Miami, welcome. And,
Alright, and then let's do a pressurization check. Alright, so the cabin temperature is where we want it. We can turn the cooling off and just turn the knob right to about there to try and maintain about 70, so that's good. Cabin altitude is climbing at a normal rate. Differential pressure, we like to say at about a third of the way up at 10,000, about 2/3 of the way up at 18,000, and then all the way up at cruise. So far, so good. We'll continue to monitor the temperature there, but otherwise we're good. Strudels Business, how are you?
One heading, sorry, and the arrival ended at Plymouth, American 1050. I'm going to the initial approach fix for the ILS 10 left.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that, so flighting 290, descend and maintain 3,000.
Sorry, after Plymouth, he just told me expect the ILS 10 left, continued in that direction. 290 down to what altitude?
290 down to 3,000, and if you look at the chart after Delman, you should be on a 271 heading.
Oh, what's the artwork tonight? Man, I dropped the ball on that one, didn't I?
JetBlue 1495, Cedar Gator. Cedar Gator for JetBlue 1495.
So our slant artwork, I started to talk about this, and then I forgot, and I got sidetracked. So our slant artwork adventure, as we mentioned, Cozumel, Mexico, one of the locations that my wife and I have been able to visit in the real world. Mad noob stopping it. So for our slant artwork adventure, we got me here walking around the Mayan ruins. It's one of the cruise excursions that we took on during our stop in Cozumel, was to visit the Mayan ruins there. So there I am walking around visiting the Mayan ruins in Cozumel. So if you want to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then let me know how you'd like to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. I just noticed I never did get 3008 set, so we've been on the standard we've been on standard altimeter the entire way. Well, now we're passing 18,000, and now we're supposed to be on standard altimeter. So that's good. And then we'll do another check. The cabin temperature's holding nicely. Cabin altitude still climbing. It's going to end up at 65. And the differential, as I like to say, 1/3 up at 10, 2/3 up at 18. Everything's good there. We're gonna add a Walmart Supercenter to the Mayan ruins. Okay, we'll do that. Kenny Monster, we're gonna add some bikini chicks there as well. All right, we'll work on those things. We'll work on those things.
40 Bravo Alpha, request vector to finance.
40 Bravo Alpha, like I said, you should be on the right base running 10 right. Do you not have the fuel inside?
Negative, sir. I don't have the fuel inside.
40 Bravo Alpha, flight in 100, advise fuel inside.
100 November 40 Bravo Alpha.
American 1, contact Havana 124.55 here.
12455, American 1, see ya.
Air New Zealand 361, contact Havana 124.55.
12455, New Zealand 361, thank you.
American 1050, join the localizer.
Yeah, I'm sure. So our sled artwork adventure from Wednesday. Kind of just really didn't. We didn't see a lot of engagement with it, so I didn't end up posting the images. That's all good.
Envoy 38,
Engine's a bit overboosted. Let's bring those back to bring those back to about 795 apiece.
Envoy 3338, Miami Center.
3338, I'm with you, sir.
40 Bravo Alpha, you got the fuel?
I think I will have it inside.
40 Bravo Alpha, wind 090 at 8, runway 10 right, clear to land.
So, I'm a little bit perplexed. We've taken the whole scene and put it inside of Walmart Supercenter, but we still have the ladies in bikinis. I don't think it understood the assignment. But there we go. It still works. I think I'll try and make a tweak to it there. I think you guys can both say you got your points worth.
November 40 Bravo Alpha, contact Miami approach 126.85. American 1052, Bravo, Square Island 10 left.
2 Alpha, Bravo, Square Island 20 left, make 10,
10 hello to the 5 Echo, currently overhead, Nassau, flight level 400.
Devil 1495, are you find our gator?
Try firm, we're direct theater.
We'll try to fix it.
I don't remember giving that, but okay. Calling me face Sullivan 340.
340, W1495.
United left 54, contact Houston on 132.77.
32.77,
United 1618, Houston 132.77. 3277, United 1618, good night.
Yeah.
We're struggling with climb performance now. We did find out, by the way, after our most recent flight in the Lear, we did find out that one of the updates that they made to it did adjust engine power. So I think, so I think they might be still kind of dialing that in. But yeah, the big thing for us today was, you know, the fuel page wasn't correct. The fuel page was showing the lower capacity tip tanks, even though we had the higher capacity tip tanks.
Actually, you know what?
So we got a little bit of a discrepancy there.
330, descend and maintain 16,000 for weather, Miami altimeter 3007.
Hotel will fly 330 down to 16,000 to the 5 Echo.
340.
340, my apologies, to the 5 Echo.
American 707, contact Havana 124.55.
Alright, so we're still doing okay. Let's keep the engines right up at 795 or thereabouts. Okay, now we're getting 1,300 or so again. So fingers crossed that we do all right there.
Miami City, maintaining flight level 370.
Q7 Miami, I need a even flight level. What altitude would you like?
Cuba 360, Kitty 7.
Okay, so I think we've got our image fixed. We've now got the Mayan ruins, which are branded as a Walmart Supercenter, and then we still got Kenny's bikini ladies there. So I think we got it now. But if you'd like to continue to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. So Upshot should put another one in.
Alpha, you can expect RNAV 1-2. Gonna write pet me, just gonna maintain 2000. Start putting down to 2000.
Okay. Alright, well I will put it, I'll put your points in as rejected for the redemption so that you have those back. So it does, so it won't deduct your points for that. Alright, we got it, we're good.
3008.
People do go into Walmart dressed like that, says Kenny. Yeah, I've seen it.
Take it easy, Miami. It's Sean to Walker 1321. Coming out of Jack. We're direct. We got clear direct.
Oh, Upshot now wants the pups to be in the shopping cart with us. All right, we can manage that.
I'm not sure if that's kosher, but that's where we're going. Direct naval via Jackson Center, Walker 1341.
Okay, 1341, Miami Center, welcome.
Miami Center, hello. American 1847, flight level 172.
Okay, 1847, Miami, welcome. November 168 Lima, Miami, welcome.
Okay, we're working on that there, Upshot. Very exciting. Weather permitting, Upshot's going to come visit me tomorrow. I'm kind of jazzed about that. I'm actually very jazzed about that. Yeah, you said it at the same time I did. Looking forward to some Thrasher's fries, right? Yes, indeed. Standing offer, if any of you happen to... Okay, it's
2494, 7,700 coming, 16,000.
it's still struggling with the setting here, so it's taken me a couple tries to get the image right. We'll keep working on it. Yeah, open for some actual time. Yeah, you might get it, I guess. I don't know. I haven't really looked in detail at it. I know there's supposed to be some scattered rather moving through.
What are the tops in that area? The cloud tops.
Overcast is 5? Okay, there you go. Oh, winds will have you landing 14? Oh, landing 3. Landing 3-2 is always the real picturesque one. Yeah, I want to land on 3-2 badly. Yeah, so what Upshot is talking about is he's flying up to Ocean City Airport tomorrow to visit me. And when you come into Ocean City, Maryland, the winds usually come off of the beach, or rather, I'm sorry, the winds come off out of the west, and you land on runway 32, you land right over top of Assateague Beach there. But he's saying winds are predicted to be southeastbound to where we would land, headed toward the beach tomorrow. So we'll see how that pans out. But yeah, you're going to come visit me. We're going to go grab some Thrasher's fries and catch a meal in town. Should be good times. All right, entrance.
Charlie Golf India Juliet, Oscar.
And it's still at 795, still climbing at 270 knots.
How's the ride?
We're not experiencing any turbulence where we are right now.
Sorry, India Juliet, Oscar. Any chance we have the CPD LCS? Like that.
Okay, so yeah, we got the pups, but then we got back into the store, so now we had to put us back where we were. So I think we got it now. We got pushing the pups in the Walmart cart, and at the Walmart Cozumel, which is a bit converted from the Mayan ruins, and Kinney's ladies up there. Iowa Scotsman stopping in. How are you, man?
Second 1056, my Charlie sit around you.
Charlie, we're going to have to make a
Delta 8011, wind 130 at 900, gusts 182 and way 900, quick takeoff.
Okay, temperatures dipped down a little bit. We'll crank that up just a tiny little bit. Cabin altitude has reached 65 and leveled off. Differential pressure still within limits, so we're still looking good in terms of pressurization. Oh, and one reason we're struggling with climb performance is I should have captured Mach 7. So let's kick it out of vertical speed. I'll pitch it up manually to capture Mach 7. Papa Charlie is here with the resubscription. 70-month resubscription, almost 6 years. Good gravy. Okay, so yeah, now let's capture Mach 7 in the climb.
Miami Sun, a good day on voice 3517 is on the ground at Key West. We're looking to see if you're currently controlling here at Key West.
Boulevard 3517, Miami Sun, I cover Key West. You're in a very clearance.
Yes, sir. We're ready for our clearance.
Boulevard 517, clear to the Miami Airport. Buffer to 1 departure. Buffer then a swap. Maintain 16,000. Expect 17,000.
Okay, there we go. So now we're climbing at Mach 7. Nope.
4577.
Mach 7.1 now. Let's see if it holds that then. The other thing we can do is we can manually pitch to keep the Mach 7 if we need to.
Cleared up to 5,000 and then up to 190, 7 south of departure.
I know, Mrs. Slant sees this, yeah, indeed, I know. I know. It's okay.
Maintain 16,000. I'm sorry, maintain 16,000.
I'm kind of surprised that that ChatGPT went that racy.
Expect runway 9, we'll call for taxi for envoy 3517.
Q7 contact.
Seems to be maintaining the Mach 7.1 now. And how are we doing with VATSIM? Air traffic control coverage, yeah, so it looks like the air traffic control that's associated with the event is now here. Summer break, Friday night ops, where VATSIM Mexico is partnered with VAT USA. They're staffing up Merida, Cozumel, and Cancun. All of those locations down here in the eastern portion, southeastern portion of Mexico. Here's the three featured fields right here in this little triangle here. We're going to do Cozumel, and then we're going to head back to Florida for our itinerary this evening.
So 1776 Miami Center, welcome. Delta 1058 is going to maintain 2,000.
17 3000, 1050.
Negative 2,000.
17 2000,
So it's holding Mach 7.1, not too bad here. We're getting just over 1,000 feet per minute, so that's not bad. Engines, I'm just keeping the engines just under 800 in terms of the temperature. And speaking of the temperature, the interior temperature nice and comfortable at 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oracle Sunny at 11,000 and 2011 for altimeter 6172. 3011. Miami Center, 3011.
I know, ChatGPT getting some money I wouldn't have expected.
Tower 1248, 1242, Miami Center, climbing to maintain, follow with 200. 200,
I mean, if you ask it to put a picture of Chuck Yeager in, it's like, well, I can't do that. But we ladies with thong bikinis up their butts, yeah, no problem there.
Up to 340 about 002.
I wonder if we can start kind of getting an idea.
Miami Center, Envoy 3517, ready for Tobacco.
Envoy 3517.
We're a little early to be able to see the ATIS in range, but if we go dot ATIS, spell right, dot ATIS MMCZ underscore ATIS, even though it's not in range and not in the list yet, it is on the network, so doing the dot command will still bring it up for you. It is indeed runway 12. RNP or VOR approach runway 12, so we'll expect the RNP 12016, 8 statute miles, scattered at 1500. 2998.
November 6 Alpha, wind 130 at 6, runway 12 cleared line. Sorry, 12 cleared line, 6 Alpha.
We got a gift sub going to Kenny Monster from Upshot. Very generous. So 2998 is the local altimeter at Cozumel as of the last time we checked. So we can set the standby altimeter to that over here.
Delta 1152, contact Havana 124.55.
Keep the engines right up under 800.
JetBlue 1495, contact Havana 124.55. 124.55, JetBlue 1495.
That's probably going to be our handoff as well.
November 514 Delta Victor, contact Havana 124.55 via slant Delta.
2455, 514 Delta Victor, thank you, we'll see you. Very well known on this network, what can I say?
JetBlue 1495,
it's flattering. I didn't get to walk around FlightSim Expo like a celebrity this year, so I guess I gotta milk it on the network when I can. I know, not very slant alpha with these GP. I'm not very slant alpha in anything anymore other than that Comanche. Nevada Center, Learjet 514 Delta Victor is 386, climbing 430.
November 514 Delta Victor, Havana Center, radar contact, continue climb, flight level 430.
Right, climbing 430, 514 Delta Victor. What we were already doing, but I guess they have to confirm that instruction once you check into the new center. Notice he also said radar contact, which is interesting. I guess, you know, we're being transferred from U.S. air traffic control to Cuban air traffic control, so I guess they probably have to say that radar contact. It's not assumed in the U.S., within the U.S. Once you hear radar contact from one facility, you typically don't hear, typically hear it from each new facility that it's transferred to. But I guess when you're going from U.S. ATC to Cuban ATC, it does make sense that they might have to reconfirm that they do have you under radar contact. Gotta get some new birds now. I like flying a limited hangar Upshot. A limited hangar, you know, where I'm relatively reasonably proficient with the 5 aircraft that I fly regularly. And I could, of course, you know, go back to flying more slant alpha, slant whiskey type of aircraft. Obviously, we don't need to use the GPS in this aircraft. We don't need to equip our Just Flight BAE 146 with the UNS-1. But it became so limiting sometimes to come up with routes routes, non-RNAV routes are just evaporating like yellow branded airplanes in the in the discount plane market, all evaporating. So it just became harder and harder, and honestly just more difficult to work with VATSIM controllers on when you're doing a route that's contrary to whatever everyone else is doing. So it just made more and more sense to kind of bite the bullet and update and modernize just a little bit. Like we always say, like AT&T isn't involved in telegraph and telephone anymore, but they still call themselves AT&T. Geico isn't just for government employees, but they still call themselves Geico. So that's kind of where we land with the channel name. Wrong number is here. Wrong number. Welcome and thank you for the follow.
And 1154 center. Proceed direct to NOSAT. Correction, not NOSAT. Proceed direct NOSAT. November Oscar Sierra Alpha Tango.
We're just about, we're 2,000 to go on our climb here. It looks like we're above this high cloud layer as well. Yes, 757 Spy finally rebranded to Spy Flight. Yep, indeed. I know. I saw that and I thought about trying the same thing. But...
NOSAT 200, American 1.
Correct. Report leaving flight level 340.
Affirmative. We'll let you know when we leave flight level 340 for NOSAP at flight level 200. Thank you.
That almost sounds like our very good friend Rob Valkyrie, who isn't around the network much anymore, but he occasionally surfaces. I don't know if that was him or a sound-alike, audio doppelganger. Sure sounded like him, though. Miss that guy. Rob Valkyrie, if you're lurking. Hope you're well, man.
NOSAT at 220 or below, New Zealand 361.
361, correct. Report leaving flight level 360.
Yeah, almost there. We're just able to make it 500 feet a minute. Kind of the minimum allowable climb right here. So we'll struggle for another 3 minutes and get up to our final cruise. Yeah, so the last couple of updates to the Lear have allegedly adjusted engine power output to be a little bit more realistic, but man, it makes it hard to get up to these upper levels anymore. So we might have to reconsider what we're filing as cruise altitudes in this aircraft. Now, at the same time, the two streams that we've flown at since that update have been, kind of tropical and very warm. I think the first one was down in the southern Caribbean, and of course now we're going to, southern Mexico. So that's playing a role as well. But yeah, we might indeed, when it's this warm and when we're this fully loaded, we might just need to reconsider whether we can make it up to these typical business jet altitudes. And actually now we're not quite getting 500 feet. So, yep, heat, height, and humidity, the 3 H's. Shop points out. I'm going to go ahead and turn off our fastest seatbelt signs. Let's go ahead and do a check of the cabin pressure and temperature's holding right steady at 70, so we're going to leave that knob where it is. Cabin altitude stopped climbing a while ago because we reached a set altitude of 65. Looks like it's almost 7, really, but cabin altitude no longer climbing, but it looks like as we settle into 43,000, it's going to be just under the yellow mark in terms of the differential pressure, so all is well with that. Should see the aircraft kick over from altitude select to altitude hold here in just a moment. Yep. Just saw that. We're going to leave it in just under 800 in terms of the turbine temps until we get up right up under the barber pole, right up under the red mark. We can start thinking about our... Okay, yeah, we can start thinking about our landing performance. The other thing we need to do, we saw from the ATIS at Cozumel, it's still just barely not quite in radio range, but again, we can do the cheat .ATIS and MCZ ATIS. It has updated from Alpha to Bravo now. 29er is the altimeter, so we're going to just put that into standby altimeter as a reminder that that's what it is. But they are landing on 12. It was 120 at 16, it's now 100 at 17. Visibility still 8 statute miles. Looks like that scattered layer at 1500 is gone now, so we got a broken layer at 10,000. So that's going to make life a little bit easier. But they are indeed expecting to assign the RNP to runway 12 as our approach. Yep, and it just popped into the list as being in range now, so we can get it the easier way now, but it still does the same thing.
American 1.
American 1 is descending out of flight level 340.
118.0 is the tower frequency. We can...
American 1, I'm on a 7 Roger.
Can you please repeat? Can't hear you.
American 1, Havana Center, Roger.
Thank you.
So 118.0 is set, but we don't want to monitor it right now.
United 1154.
United 154.
Roger. When ready, descend flight level 200.
Alright, so let's...
level 200, United 154.
Go ahead, we can close this up. We don't need either of the... Yeah, we don't need the airport diagram and our origin pinned anymore. We don't need the main or departure pinned at our origin anymore. We just need the Cozumel charts. So here's the RNAV arrivals to runway 12. I don't have this programmed in, but we can program it in, and then let's go to the approach charts. We got a VOR to runway 12, and we got an RNP to runway 12. Let's just assume we're going to do the RNP. Now, does that come off of...
American 1 contact.
Vibla, yeah, so it connects automatically from Vibla, so that's what we're going to assume.
128.3.
And then we might end up getting vectored for sequencing, but right now we're just going to program in the EMOSA, EMOSA 2 Alpha to Vibla, and then Vibla onto the RNP runway 12 approach. So that's what we'll assume for now. That speed's slowly but surely coming up. But let's go into procedure. We'll select the arrival. Uh-oh, we don't have the EMOSA. Oh, that's because it's the KOPF. Let's go under menu and select the destination airport, enter. Okay, there we are. The EMOSA 2 Alpha. Right, we did say 2 Alpha to runway 12? I think it was 2 Alpha. Yeah, 2 Alpha to runway 12. 2 Bravo
On center, GD70 is at flight level 36.
We go to the stars. Yeah, 2 Bravo. And most of 2 Bravo would be to runway 30. And most of 2 Alpha would be to runway 12. So yeah, we are going to...
361.
Yep.
New Zealand
Runway 12, and we will load that.
Leaving flight level 360.
So now let's say after Walkie...
361, roger, continue descent to flight level 220.
Continue descent to flight level 220, New Zealand 361.
Walkie, and then Hermosa, and then Ukvas, and then CZ512, and then Vibla.
New Zealand 361. Radar system terminated. Contact
Oh,
Meridian.
Cancun VOR, and then Vibla. Yep. Okay. Alright, and then let's...
128.
After Vibla, let's go back to the procedure page and select the approach, enter. Let's select the RNAV 12, enter, from Vibla. Enter.
707.
American 707, go ahead.
And we'll load that too.
They said no, flight level 2.
Okay, so after Vibla,
Descend to maintain flight level 260, American 707.
and then Calho, and then the runway, and then if we have to go straight out, 403 at Durga.
00.
Descending to flight level 203, United 1154.
Oops. Yep, okay, everything is in there as we need it. And we are proceeding to Walkie. Alright, speed's still slowly creeping up. And then let's start thinking about descent planning.
American 707, descend to flight level 240.
Descend and maintain flight level 240, American 707.
So if we're at... $4,000, the 24.2 divided by 3.5.
Go for United 154.
So we could drop 7,000. So that would put us at 11. Oh, that's an 11. That's where we want to be, right there, Cancun. 11,000 or above. And then 26.9.
For United 154. Take care.
And we do 3.5 per thousand. So we could do another 7,000. So we could actually do 18 here. And we'd be fine to make Cancun 11, but 17 is as high as we go. So that's our target. CZ512, 17,000. So that's our target for our top of descent. As a matter of fact, let's do 16. That way, we got 1,000 feet leeway either way, and we're still legal. And then if we do 16 to 23, that's 7,000 to lose. And we got 24.5 miles, we got 23.1. Okay, yeah, so that'll work. So 230 at Ukvas is our first target. We're at 43, we're going to 23, well that's easy math, 20,000. So we need 70 miles to Ukvas to start our descent. And how far are we from Ukvas now? Got the follow there moments ago from Mr. Alaska 777. Mr. Alaska, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. We're 179 to Ukvas, and we want 70 to Ukvas to start our descent. So we're good. We got another 100 miles to go yet.
707.
American 707, go ahead.
Radar services terminated. Contact Meridian on 128.2 with your flight level.
Over to Meridian, 128.2 with my flight level, American 707.
Yeah, Mr. Alaska followed by Mr. Huska. If you guys were Mr. Mystery, you could form a band together.
Heavy descent, flight level 200.
Good to see you guys. Welcome to the channel. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time is the normal show schedule. Now, we're going to be a little bit off that this coming week. We're going to be on Sunday afternoon, Sunday morning, really, actually, Eastern Time. So we'll be skipping our Monday stream for that, but Sunday, we got a special stream coming. We're going to be in the EAA Air Venture fly-in, the VATSIM version called VATventure.
United 1618.
So that's our next
United
stream. Sunday, what time's that start?
Descent, flight level 240.
I think we're doing that. I think we're going to fire that up at 11 Eastern.
240, United 1618.
Yeah, 11 a.m. Eastern Time on Sunday.
Kilo, flight level 370 for flight level 380.
So yeah, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, the normal schedule.
I
But
haven't got a handoff from Miami as yet for November 7.
Sunday late morning instead of the Monday night stream this coming week. We're back on our normal schedule for the rest of the week, right? Yeah, Wednesday and Friday next week, 15th and 17th, and then Monday, Wednesday, Friday the following week as well. So, yep, back to the normal schedule, but Sunday late morning instead of Monday evening this coming week. I know, you gotta go listen to Broken Wings. I'm partial to Kyrie.
United 1618.
United 1618.
Radar services terminated. Contact Meridian 128.2.
128.2, United 1618, radio.
Yep. Abandoned center for 648 with you at 30.
I'm watching our landing stats app here of Touchdown FX, showing these wild fluctuations. However, look at the scale of these fluctuations. It's 43,000, 43,005, and 43,010. So we're up and down by 10 feet here. And then what's the variation in the speed? 217, 218. So we're all over the map here, but we're within 10 feet and 2 knots. I think it's funny how that scale shrinks down so small. TouchdownFX.com, by the way, is this app. It's fantastic in landing analysis. You know, we always talk about how simmers get so caught up in the feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface, and of course we do a contest based on that value here too. But that's not the value I'm trying to achieve. You try to predict that, and we see what happens with that. But I'm really trying to put down a good landing in terms of alignment, in terms of configuration, in terms of speed, in terms of crab angle, in terms of flare attitude and all that stuff. And this app really judges all of that, and it scores you on all of that, which is great. TouchdownFX.com. It's only for Flight Sim 2024. I almost said it wrong. It's only for Flight Sim 2024. I'm concerned. I feel like it might have kind of been abandoned in terms of development. I haven't heard anything on the developers Discord for about 2 months. However, the website still works, the app still works, everything still works. It's just the developers kind of have gone silent for the last 2 months. But it's still, as it stands right now, it's still a very, very good app. It's in good shape. There were a couple of features that we were kind of hoping for that I guess I don't know if you got sick of hearing us suggest things or what, or if something else went on, or if he's just on vacation, or who knows.
No restriction. Maintain 360.
But as it stands, it's a great app. It just may have gone silent in terms of further development, but it's a really cool little app. It is freeware, completely free. Yeah, maybe burnt out, needed a break, who knows. But yeah, TouchdownFX.com. Again, it's only for flights in 2024, but a very nice landing analysis tool. Again, it scores you on all of those factors rather than the normal sim mentality is to focus on that feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. Now, all that being said, like I said, we do have a contest where if you successfully predict the feet per minute at the moment the wheel touch runway surface, we will give you an entry into a monthly drawing, and that monthly drawing has prizes attached to it in terms of electronic gift cards or Slant Alpha merchandise. So we focus on that number because it's part of our contest. But like I said, I'm not achieving that number is not my primary goal. My primary goal is to execute a realistic, safe approach. Next drawing up shot is July 29th. July 29th is when we'll do our July drawing. I know you were kind of abstaining from the contest until then because you were the winner from the last one, so I know that you're kind of keyed in on that date.
Havana Center, good day. Air Canada 519, Flight Level 380.
I mean, it'd be fine with me if you participated in the predictions just for S's and G's.
Air call, go ahead. Confirm call time. Air Canada 519.
Melvin wants to see our slant artwork adventure and make a modification to it.
Right, turn direct, no back.
So, we're heading down to Cozumel. We're visiting the Mayan ruins. My wife and I have been there in person. We did a cruise stop at Cozumel, one of our previous trips. Going there again in January, by the way. Well, our Mayan ruins have been branded as a Walmart Supercenter. And we got the 3 co-pilots and a shopping cart that we're pushing through it. And we got some nice ladies dressed to impress in the Cozumel Walmart Mayan Ruins Supercenter. So there's our slant artwork adventure, and if you want to add to or modify that, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that artwork adventure. Rob's a gentleman not staring at the ladies. I'm doing my best. Of course, everyone knows. Everyone knows that those ladies are there for Killing Monsters' benefit. Whatever you end up with, make it look like a hieroglyphic as a last step. Okay. I'll have to ponder how we'll make that apply.
Just to troubleshoot it, you shouldn't be longer than 15 and hold. Roger, and what's your hold?
All right, well, we'll hold on to that one then, Melvin, and we'll work that in as we close the stream tonight.
Minute and a half leg, and it's going to be a flight with 380 with Mach 1.
We got hold instructions going out. I wonder if that's...
Good evening, Havana. Challenger Walker 1341 over Shark 12400.
Walker 1.
What's traffic coming into Cozumel is? Well, it looks like we've got a pretty good stream coming into Cancun. We might not have that many coming into Cozumel.
87 radar services terminated. Contact Meridian 128.2 with your flight level.
Yeah, we've only got 9 arrivals coming into Cozumel. How many coming into Cancun? 71. Yeah, so we chose wisely.
American 1157, contact Meridian 128.2 with your flight level.
Contacting Maria on 128.2 with the flight level of 57.
Bye.
Yeah.
There's 1152. Yeah, someone stepped on someone. Who was that? Was that American 1847? Yeah, it happened again. American 1847, Havana. Actually, American 1821, where was the FO?
Yeah, it is kind of getting hard to hear these guys. I think we're getting close to the border of their transmitter coverage. Which we had a very recent update to audio for VATSIM, which adjusted transmit ranges and transmit power, and also included terrain occlusion for radio transmissions.
Delta 1152.
but I think a lot of the VATSIM facilities are coping with the impact that
Delta 115.
change in radio coverage has had on their facilities, and still kind of making tweaks there.
Flight level 300, expect further descent.
Down to 300.
Elliott Jet 514 Delta Victor.
514 Delta Victor.
You ready for your descent planning?
Go for it.
This time direct NOSAT, descent across NOSAT, that's flight level 220.
Direct NOSAT and 220, 514 Delta Victor.
November 514 Delta Victor, correction, disregard now. Proceed directly with MOSA, that's the MOSA, Echo Mike, Oscar Sierra Alpha, and disregard the altitude instruction.
Okay, yeah, I was just about to ask you, but yeah, we're going to Cozumel, not the other one. So in MOSA, and we'll stay at 430 for now, 514 Delta Victor.
Correct.
Alright, enter. And yeah, we had said probably 70 from UCVUS is what we needed. So we're getting close.
Canada 519, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think he saw us in this stream and figured we were all going to Cancun. And he's just now giving me a little bit of a shortcut to break off from the JetBlue behind me.
Air Canada 519.
And then that's where we pick up that arrival into Cozumel.
1495.
Sorry, go ahead for JetBlue 1495.
Descent now to flight level 220.
That's descent flight level 220, JetBlue 1495.
Breaking 1847.
Breaking 1847, flight level.
Oh wow, Upshot says that
Breaking 1847,
there was a change. I remember reading about this a few months ago, that the commercial currency requirement changed from passengers to persons, and that messes up everything in terms of certified flight instructors and what they need to do in order to maintain currency. So yeah, I remember reading about that. Of course, I'm not a real world pilot myself, but of course many of the people in my community are, and so I remember that being a topic of discussion a couple of months ago when that came out.
360.
Yeah, and then there was a big to-do over.
November 7600 kilo traffic.
I felt like there was an unintended consequence of that language.
Your left, approximately at your 9 to 8 o'clock, 14 miles.
There was an unintended consequence of that language that like made it almost impossible, like contradictory to even to meet the requirement. And then some document came out that clarified it, but it didn't clarify it. I don't remember what all that was, but that was a few months ago now. But I do remember there was that change, and the interpretation of that change like didn't make any sense. Like if you're counting it this way, nobody qualifies. But I can't remember what the detail was. Okay, I don't remember. It was a few months ago though.
Atlanta Center, Charlie Golf, Victor Delta, flight level 330 for 430.
Charlie Golf, Victor Delta, Atlanta Center, radar contact.
Alright, so if we're going to make UCVUS at 230, we want to start descending pretty soon.
Yeah, it seems like it leveled off at flight level 330. Descend to flight level 300. Flight level 300 now.
300 now. That's 1166.
Delta 1152, Roger. And you can contact Meridian on 128.2.
14 CFR 61.57. Okay, I got a research project for tomorrow, probably, or Monday. When I get bored on Monday and I take a lunch break, I'll probably dive into that.
Yeah, Canada 519 traffic. Is Delta 115, Airport 3320, descending out of flight level 322, flight level 300, approximately 9 miles off your left, that should be 11 to 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it looks like they're
Well, watch out for traffic here, Canada.
starting to shuffle the Cancun arrivals out kind of to the west. You know, whereas us, they've got going direct in motion, so they've got us kind of shortcutting this point here. It'll take a VATSIM radar a moment to realize that we're not going direct to that. I would have thought they would have updated it in the flight plan online, but they may not have, or they may have forgotten, or that change maybe just didn't propagate to VATSIM radar like it should have.
Hey, last name and calling. Go ahead and just call that again, please.
American 1821, you might step with.
But
yeah, but I reached out to you. I didn't
but
get
yeah,
a
it looks like
response.
they're kind of shuffling everybody else off to the west to come in from this way.
My apologies for that, Chief.
So we'll see. They've got their work cut out for them coming into Cancun. I think we chose wisely to go into Cozumel. No, that's true, Upshot. We'll probably have a chance to talk more about it tomorrow.
Thank you.
Over Thrasher's Fries.
519, stop your descent at flight level 260.
So 76 arrivals into Cancun.
Canada 519.
8 coming into Cozumel. Once again, I say, we chose wisely.
Havana Center, Titan 905, second and 400. 10 minutes to top of the plane.
905, I want to center.
And Havana, Learjet 514 Delta Victor, we are looking for lower when possible.
Roger. Sending over to the next controller. Contact Meridia on 128.2. Radar service disseminated. You have a safe flight.
All right, 28-2 for Meridia, 514 Delta Victor, thanks. Meridia Control, Learjet 514 Delta Victor, flight level 430, looking for lower when able. Did say 28-2, right?
Cloud Circuit, say again.
Meridia Control, Learjet 514 Delta Victor, flight level 430, looking for lower when able.
November 179er Lima Juliet, descent to flight level 200, and you're leaving my airspace to the south. And American flying, monitor 122.8. Have a good day.
Okay. Wasn't who was calling, though.
An American 1157, 10 miles, top of descent, looking for lower.
Meridia Center, good evening, Air Canada 519, flight level 260, heading 280.
Air Canada 519er, Media Control, good evening, radar contact, maintain, flight level 260 and heading 280. Prepare Volmar 1 Alpha arrival.
Yeah, after Emosa.
Right, and when ready. Sorry, the audio for VATSIM is breaking. Air Canada 519er, expect Volmar 1 Alpha arrival. When ready, proceed direct Volmar, runway 1 to the right.
We'll prepare for Vomar
Mimosa-
1 Alpha
Mimosa 2
arrival
alphas
and
for
1
us.
2 right, and when we'll go direct Vomar, Air Canada 519.
Correct.
Ready at low, JetBlue 1495, level 245, descending flight level 200.
We are in desperate need of a descent here.
May I control, good evening, descent via Vomar, correction, north at 1 Bravo. QNH 3001, expect runway 1 to left.
Spider 3001 will descend via the NOSA 1 Bravo for 10 left for JetBlue 1495. Or correction, 12 left.
And Air to Control, Learjet 514 Delta Victor is over Mimosa, flight level 430, looking for lower.
Standby, please.
Want me to pause?
1157, request descent.
November 514 Delta Victor. Media.
Yep, that's me.
November 514 Delta Victor, contact arrivals on 124.2.
24-2, 514 Delta Victor.
Delivery is Challenger Walker 1341 over Walkie, ready for top of descent.
Walker 1341, descend via Mimosa 2 Alpha.
Made arrivals, Learjet 514 Delta Victor is south of Mimosa, flight level 430, looking for descent.
November 514 Delta Victor, radar contact, descend via the Mimosa 2 Alpha, arrival to 4,000. Back RMP, runway 12 approach, QNH in Cosmo 29er.9er.
Alright, 29er, descend via the arrival, Mimosa 2 Alpha, expecting RNP 12, 514 Delta Victor. And arrival down to 4,000, 514 Delta Victor. Okay.
Say again, Delta Victor.
Yeah, just confirming, via the arrival down to 4,000, 514 Delta Victor.
Hey, affirmative.
Okay, so power coming back, seatbelt signs coming on, pressurization set to sea level, because we're pretty much at sea level, right? And I'm going to kick it out of yeah, the cabin altitude is only going to descend at 500 feet a minute, so we're fine. Alright, so let's get it to right up onto the barber pole there. We'll capture the Mach for the descent. And then as that intercepts 280, we'll intercept that. Okay, so Upvis we're at 230. CZ512, we're going to aim for 16,000. We got 21 miles to drop. And approach Learjet 514 Delta Victor. We've got 20 miles to drop 20,000 feet. Do you need to give us a vector for descent, or can we just continue on?
Fort Delta Victor, you can continue descending.
We'll continue descending 4,000, 514 Delta Victor. I mean, we're going to make up some ground here, but definitely feel like we missed the descent instruction somehow.
Flyer 267, rear contact, might be at the new 1 off body departure.
Captured at 280 knots now.
200, slide no value 1 departure, Flyer 267.
Yeah, they did get me kind of confused with the stream coming into Cancun. It's all good though.
Walker 1341, rear contact, Cynthia at Mountain 2 off departure to select level corrections to 4000, take RMP runway 12, QNH in Continental 29.999.
What's the transition? Transition's 195, so pretty much the same as what we're used to in the States. Since we're descending at a pretty good clip, I'm going to go ahead and set 29.99 now. We know we're going to be below 18 here in a bit. 29.99 across the board. CB Flyers here. How are you, CB?
Compound 03, contacto radar, desciende vía Sigma 2 Golf a 2010.
Okay, so 11,000 at Cancun and 4,000 at Vibla. Got any speeds? No speeds listed, so we'll assume slow into 250 under 10.
Last call from checking.
Minimums on the approach, 500. We'll set the alerter to 6. And it's a right-hand turn off, possible with a back taxi if we land on runway 12.
Careful Delta Oscar, again, climb via the Rocky 2 Alpha. Rocky 2 Alpha departure. Romeo Oscar Tango Golf, India 2 Alpha.
We got to be at 11 or higher at Cancun. I think we got 10,000 to lose and 18 miles, so I think we're going to be fine there. Oh, CB Flyers getting ready to go to Atlanta live. That should be a fun one. That should be a fun one. I'm not going to be able to fly into that one, unfortunately, but do enjoy. All right, so we're...
Rocky 2 Alpha, Romeo Oscar Tango Golf 2 Alpha.
So our target is now Vibla at 4,000. We got 40 miles to do it. You know, at 35 miles, you figure we can drop 10,000 comfortably. So yeah,
Oscar, do you have Rocky in your flight plan? In your leg flight plan?
We're still above profile here, but
yeah, I just want to find out ground. What is it?
what's the approach for this runway?
Right, direct Rocky.
So 118 runway heading. And Durga at 4 if we go missed. Straight out to 4 if we go missed. 117 is the final finish course. vertical speed. And we're going to start slowing down here. Not quite at 10, but we can go ahead and do forward-facing lights.
Volaris 367, contacte centro en 28.2. 128.2, Volaris 377, gracias, que tengan muchas.
Set our,
departure,
15 feet.
Heavy, Rocky 2 departure at 1,300.
Standard 2117 heavy rare contact. Flight Crescent, heading,
Temperature's 28.
maintain 4,000 feet. Rare contact.
Maintain present heading and fly 4,000, contour 117 heading.
29 and 36. That's a Cancun VOR at 11 or above, and we're good. And let's go to a more sensible descent profile now that we've kind of caught up with that. So what do we say? 29 and 36 are our V speeds. And then flaps, landing flap speed is 150.
One forward, Delta Victor, clear RMP runway 12.
Alright, clear for the RMP, runway 12 approach, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so right hand turn off if we make it down. So Vibla at 4. 519 at 25 and Cajo at 16. Okay. Time for you guys to start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel starts runway surface. No bot command necessary for that on this channel. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean the descent rate either way, and the closest prediction gets an automatic entry into our July landing rate raffle, which will be pulled on July the 29th. And I'm going to take better note of the fact that in this aircraft we're already at a nose-up attitude on final, so there's no additional flare needed. Alright, so Vibla at 4. 4 is also the missed approach altitude. I am no longer going to stop the descent at 4. We got 2,000 to lose, and we're 10 miles from Vibla. Alright, I can definitely shallow this approach out here. We'll add some throttle and keep the speed up a little bit. Maybe start bringing it back to 210.
Level 200.
Flight level 200, Condor 117 heavy.
Vibla at 4,000.
Chicken West at 2135, we're at 2,000.
Uniform Delta Oscar, contact Media Center 128.3.
128.3, drop Delta Oscar, everybody.
Jet 2135, radar contact.
Got 1,500 to lose in 5 miles.
Climbing the Rocky 2 Alpha to flight level 200, Western 2135.
And we're going to bring it down to about 210 here. Okay, windshield heat not needed. We've got some stuff to enable, and including well, let's just do that now. Continuous ignition and thrust reversers are armed. Two miles from Vibla, we're 4,900. So I think our descent profile is working out much better now. After Vibla, CZ519, 25.
Runway 12.
Runway 12, Walker 1341.
Okay, we do have a glide indication as well. And let's go ahead and bring the speed back to 210. Okay, it's telling us that we're below the selected altitude of 4,000, but that's fine. We're doing that on purpose. Okay, and we're turning in now 2,500, and then Calho at 1,600. So we still are slightly above glide. Now capture the glide slope. And we'll start working the speed down. Okay, since we're descending via the glide slope, we can go flaps 1 in gear.
Departure Frontier Flight 152, 1,800, climbing 200.
I'm glad we got an instrument approach, because I'm sure as heck can't make out a runway up ahead. Keep about 180 for now.
Flight 152.
Under Flight 152. Find the other Rocky
At
2
like
Alpha
Calho, we
level
can go
200.
1,600. And we got our glide indicator.
Stand by. 14 Delta Victor, time off final runway 12, radar service terminated. Contact tower in 118.0. Have a nice one.
Alright, 18-0 for tower. Lear jet 514 Delta Victor, thanks.
Adios. Cozumel Tower, Lear jet 514 Delta Victor over Calho, RNP runway 12. Lear 514 Delta Victor, runway 12, QNH 29er, wind calm, clear to land.
Alright, 299er, runway 12, clear to land, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, second mount of flaps coming. And I do see the runway ahead. And I am going to take manual control. My airplane, heaven help us. And remember, the plane sits a lot more nose up than you think it does once you get down to that final speed. So don't flare. drifting a little bit to the right. A little bit low. Okay, we're at final flap speed. Add some power to counteract the additional drag. Gears down in green. Landing flaps set and checked. Missed approach altitude 4,000. Straight to 4 if we go missed. It's a right-hand turn off if we make it down. If we have to back taxi, of course, that makes to the left. We're now down at our V approach speed. Landing checks are complete. And we're now down at our landing ref speed. We're slightly high. And remember, just bring it in nice and flat. Okay, coming back over the center line. Yeah, center line alignment's pretty poor. Okay. Feel like that was kind of closer to how we wanted to do it.
Lear 5-1 for Delta Victor, make a 180 when able, and the back gate left turn on exit.
Okay, 180 here on the runway, and then the left turn off the onto the GA ramp, 514 Delta Victor.
Challenger, Walker 1341 on the RNAV.
Okay, so yeah, and that steering lock didn't work until I held the cancel button, but let's go ahead and get our steering lock re-engaged here.
Niner, continue approach, call you when the runway is clear.
99, continue, Walker 1341.
Okay. Yeah, we gotta hustle off here. The left turn on the Echo.
For Delta Victor, left on Echo, Foxtrot to Internet Aviation. Welcome to Cosmetic.
Okay, left Echo and then Foxtrot, 514 Delta Victor. Thank you. Okay, I think we're off in plenty of time, because I didn't hear anybody panicking. Stow the flaps.
Runway 12, unit 2,
It's not about great Britain, it's about great butter.
All the cleanup, and the weather radar can come off as well. Let's turn the temperature down and coolness back on.
It's finger licking good.
I think we got everything, flaps and spoilers, and then everything else is on the switches. Good morning, good fixins. And since we're entering the ramp, we'll go ahead and get the taxi light off also. Yeah, so I was pleased with that, guys. I think just understanding that at VREF, the aircraft is already flared, basically. You know, and we've talked about that before, but I've just got out of the good habit of just of keeping that in mind, and back into the bad habit of trying to hold it off like it's a single engine piston. And you know, getting back into the mindset of it's already in flare attitude, just keep it there, did help us out on that arrival a lot, I think. We did have a lot of issues keeping with the center line. That was the one massive area of concern on this approach was centerline adherence. We got back over. We still wound up left of centerline when we landed, but we were way less left of centerline than we were during the approach. So that's the one thing I think we probably will get dinged for from touchdown FX. Otherwise, I think we're going to end up looking pretty good here. Okay, parking brake set. Centerline is optional, says Upshot. Yeah, centerline's just a guide, as Kenny Monster likes to say. Okay, let's run through the turnaround checklist. Reversers, flaps, and spoilers. All the switches and the weather radar. We can go ahead and get the cabin air off. Engine gens can come off.
1341, continue to general aviation via Delta, give away to the Lear jet in general aviation.
Alright, continue GA, thanks a lot, Walker 1341.
Welcome to Automatic.
Throttles can come to cut off. The seatbelt signs can come off. Transponder mode and code. 2000 and standby. And beacon light. Let's go over here to the utilities page. Let's pop the door. Get ground power connected. And we can go ahead and unload our passengers. We're going to deadhead back to Florida. So we'll go to the aircraft. Go ahead and unload the seats. Unload the cargo. And all done. Okay, so now back. Yeah, we'll leave it there. Okay. Alright, well, our fuel status is going to be off because the fuel page in this tablet is off, right? We found out that the fuel page, I don't know about that. The fuel page, the tip tank capacity was wrong for the type of aircraft that we are. The tip tank was on the shorter tanks. We've got the longer tanks. So we weren't able to put as much fuel in as we planned for. We might have to add a little bit of fuel before we return to Florida, and we're going to page field up in Fort Myers on the return trip. So I'm not going to worry about fuel prediction, but we will figure out what fuel load we need here. Actually, let's just go ahead and do that first. We didn't really start with 5450, but we need 3589 to start leg 2, and we're supposed to start that at 10 o'clock. Okay, we're good. Timing, we expected to be down at 9:19. It's 9:27. We did get airborne just a little bit late because we were waiting for Miami Center to give us our clearance. So timing was all good. I got that email too, Good Fixins. I wasn't really sure exactly what was up with that. But anyway, so we know we might need to take on a little bit of fuel, and so we're not really worried about the prediction per se. But let's... So we need 3589, and we've got 1254 in one wing. We got 1254 in another wing. We need 1081. So, and then we've got 204 in the fuse, and that leaves 877. So if we divide that by 2, we need 438 per wing. So if we've got 440 plus 440 plus 1254 plus 1254 plus 204, yeah, that gets us to what we need. So we need 300 extra pounds basically in each wing. So we'll go ahead and call for the truck to get us up to 440 each side there. Let's take a peek and see what our landing looked like. Well, out of 100, it scored us 89. 177 in this aircraft is not really bad. Center line, we knew we were well left of center line. We did get the crab angle kind of worked out. Touchdown zone, it said we missed by a bit. Were we long? I thought we were okay there, but maybe we were slightly long. We were just a little bit long, but not too bad, honestly. And so we knew we were left to center line, and we knew we were dialing that back. Look how far we were, completely far left. Maverick called the ball. No, Maverick does not have the ball. Okay, the ball's coming back. Okay, Maverick, we went from red ball to orange ball. We like to see it green. Okay, so we got it green after touchdown. Okay, so still yellow by the time we touched down. And well, we knew that. Altitude profile, nice and smooth descent, and we didn't really see where we sometimes you'll see where I over-control the flare, and the airplane levels or starts rising again before it falls. We didn't see any of that this time, so I like that. And I think overall, 89 out of 100 is pretty good. And the number in terms of feet per minute's 177. That might be a Kinney monster win if he put his usual guess in. We had a 77, exactly 100 away. We had a 138, 145, 143. So the 145s, that look like the winner there, CB Flyer? Does anybody see one higher than 145 that I'm missing? If you do, let me know. If not, I'm writing out a ticket for CB Flyer. At MMCZ on 710. Oh, Lynn123, well, thank you very kindly for the follow a little bit ago, and that was our Miami Center Controller. Yeah, you did an amazing job working all that traffic by yourself. We were getting ready to roll when we realized you had come on, and we're like, oh no, we're going to have to get a clearance from him now while he's working all his traffic, but you were really prompt with it, so we appreciate that. Nice work, and we were commiserating with you over the couple of folks that really needed a little bit of help, and felt that you handled all that really professionally. So if you're still listening, Lynn, I really thought you did a nice work there. Okay, so 440, yeah, we're pretty close to that. A little higher on this side, a little lower on that side. Yeah, that'll work. Close enough. So we'll end our fuel service, and we'll get ready to go. Leg number 2, we'll go ahead and get it filed. Let me adjust the timing so that we are pushing back at the top of the hour. Is that right? Or are we pushing back in 20 minutes? Well, let's just say loosely we're going to push back at the top of the hour. I do need to take a break out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling, but and then plus I need to fumble around with NavGraph desktop charts to get our second flight in here. So yeah, it might take us a little bit longer with the intermission. Of course, going to be about a 5 to 10 minute intermission, and then getting everything set up for leg number 2 might take us to the top of the hour to get pushed in and ready to roll. So let's plan for that, guys. I am going to real quick get leg number 2 filed on the network at the least, so that the controllers here can start looking at that. And of course, we always tell it, yeah, it found an existing flight plan and it copied it in for us. That saves us some typing. Our departure is going to be Cozumel. Off block is going to be 0200. Let's, yeah, 41,000 for eastbound. And FMY is Page Field in Fort Myers, and then if we can't make it into Fort Myers, VDF is the executive airport up in Tampa. VDF. So FMY in Fort Myers and VDF in Tampa if we end up not being able to make it in. 126. What are we going to have in the tanks here? We're going to call it 0316 in terms of fuel endurance over here. And then here is our route. Everything down there is all the same, so we'll go ahead and file that. All right, so that new route will propagate over onto flight VATSIM radar, that is, here momentarily. We'll look at it. We can actually copy and paste it into SkyVector real quick, just to see it. Let's go to SkyVector. No, cancel that. I'm not trying to log in. I'm trying to blank it out. MMCZ, and then there's our route, and then KFMY. And then let's switch to just the world high. So that's what it looks like. Looks the same on VATSIM radar. Look at this line coming into Cancun. All right, and then our slant artwork adventure. We don't want to lose sight of that. We're here at the Cozumel Mayan ruins, which have been taken over by Walmart, but we have some nice bikini ladies doing some shopping in the Cozumel Mayan Walmart ruins, and the free co-pilots down there as well. So, so there you go. If you want to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And then that'll give you the opportunity to let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. We got the pending request from Melvin, but that's gonna be kind of a change in style there at the very end. So before we enact that, we'll make whatever other tweaks to the image you guys want to do. But we'll get back into the cockpit in just about 7 to 10 minutes, and then we'll get leg number 2 underway, heading back to the Sunshine State. We'll get a picture of the ramp here at Cozumel while we ponder that, and we'll be right back with you. Lots more flying left to do. Sit tight, friends. Another leg to go here on the Slant Alpha Adventures live stream. We'll be back in a bit.
Casino Tower, Air Mexico 621, RMP 12. Mexico 621, Casino Tower, good evening. Runway 12, QNH 2999er, wind is calm, clear to land. Alright, runway 12, clear to land, altimeter 2999er, Air Mexico 621. Mexico 621, welcome to the command. Continue echo to the ramp. Have a good day. Continue echo to the ramp, Air Mexico 621. Thanks for all your help.
Alright, back with you guys. Sorry, wifey and I were conferring over travel plans. As I mentioned, we're actually coming back to Cozumel in January. Well, we're just getting that cruise booked and getting all the ground transportation and stuff taken care of, and she was just researching ground transportation options in Florida. So I told her, I said, well, hey, thank you for that, but I think I'll dive back into that on Monday. But we're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to getting back down here. It's been, when did we go to Cozumel? I guess that was 2014. Wow, so that's gonna be yeah, 12 years ago. All right, well, let's get into Navigraph desktop app, and let's go to flights. Let's unload our flight. Let's do a new flight. Let's select our origin, MMCZ. Let's select our destination, which is indeed going to be Fort Myers Page. The route that I filed is this like 2? Yeah. Let's go up here. Okay, we're done. Let's go to the pages at Fort Myers, go to the taxi diagram, and let's just pin that. That just puts the button down here, which I think is so convenient. And then go back to flights, charts, taxi diagram here, which we had pinned, but now we got to pin it back for this flight too. So I got the airport diagram. The star, it's just RNAV arrivals off of runway 12, which is, we know that's what they're using, so we know that is not arrivals, SID. In that. Departures, not departures runway 12, RNAV departures runway 12 to Newdal. So this is going to be the Newdal to Charlie off of runway 12. Assuming. And then we've got all the stuff in Fort Myers. Now, Fort Myers, the stars on Fort Myers, and we only have 3 of them. We got the pump, which comes in from north and west, comes in from the Tampa area. We got the shifty, which comes in from the north and east. Then we got the tiny, I think, which comes in from the south and east. Or yeah, north and west. So none of those are going to be applicable for us. We're coming from the south, so we're just going to go direct to Cleat, and then we'll get vectored in from there, I presume. We're likely going to be on our own by then. We got Gordo Aviation stopping in and say hi. Gordo, welcome. Good to see you. So anyway, so that's as much of the route as we've...
Mexico 621 requesting clearance over to Havana with information, Charlie.
Oh, that's our friend, Cross Hyperview.
Por via nodal per Romeo 506 Cano, then a file, climb via the nodal to Charlie.
Okay, yeah, so we don't want...
Runway 12, squawk 4252.
Yeah, let's go back to Cozumel and the SIDS. We don't want this one pinned.
To the Havana Airport
we want this one
Noodle
pinned.
3 Charlie departure, flight level 200.
Noodle 3 Charlie is indeed what we are expecting.
Mexico 621, you have to confirm Nodal 2 Charlie departure.
2 Charlie, okay, yep, that's
Charlie
exactly, that's what we're
departure,
expecting.
Mexico 621, read back is correct, that's ready to push and start, and are you gate number 4?
We are... I think we're at gate number 4, and we'll advise them ready to push and start. Mexico 621.
So that's a very good friend, Cross Hyper, right there. All right, let's get our clearance out of here. And Cozumel Tower, Learjet 514 Delta Victor. We've got what information we got? We got information, Charlie. We're IFR to Fort Myers.
Learjet 514 Delta Victor, you please to Fort Myers via Nodal, upper Victor 106 spot on, then a file, climb via the Nodal to Charlie departure, flight level 200, out of runway 12, squawk 3733.
Roger, clear to Fort Myers on Nodal, Uniform Victor 106 Padon, that is filed. Climb via the Nodal to Charlie, flight level 200 and expecting runway 12. 514 Delta Victor.
Squawk 3733, 4 Delta Victor.
Oh yeah, 3733, 514 Delta Victor.
4 Delta Victor, red back is red, advise ready to... Do you need pushback, by the way?
No, we're good from where we are.
Alright, 4 Delta Victor, advise ready to taxi, runway 12.
Okay, we'll call for taxi runway 12 and hello to our friend Cross Hypergrill also, 514 Delta Victor.
Nobody told me I was parked next to a legend.
Now, there's a reason no one told you.
Golden Tower, very good evening, Air Canada 514. We are on the RNP runway.
There's my, this is my partner in crime, Air Canada 514.
Runway 12, QNH 2999er, winds calm, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 12, Air Canada.
Alright, let's get this thing rocking and rolling. I might not even put the whole route in, let's just get enough to get airborne, and then we'll worry about the rest from there. So let's jump into the aircraft company traffic, right? Yeah. Alright, so we got the clearance, comm radios are set. Altimeter's 2999er is already what we've got there. Field elevation of 15 feet verified. We can go ahead and jump into our flight plan. Let's go menu and delete flight plan, enter. Let's go in and put in our origin, MMCZ, enter. Let's put in our procedure. Let's go with the departure. It's the no down to Charlie, enter. It is off of runway 12, enter. We'll load that. We're 65 miles from that. Okay, let's put in another couple of points at least. Yeah, let's just put in Podon there just so we get ourselves that extra leg there to get the rest of it put in. We can clear the airport waypoint from that point. We don't want to return to Cozumel at that point, but we would want to put in Podal P O D A L will be after K, dumb. Enter. Nope. What's it called? Podon. P-O-D-O-N. Where were I getting Podal from? The GPS is like, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, enter. And then let's put in our destination so we can kind of load procedures and stuff when we get to that point, but after Podon we are flying blind for now.
Heavy, we are RNP runway 12, 7 miles.
Okay, so there's our point that we're getting vectored to. Navs is there.
Cozumel Tower, good evening. Starfleet 1 Heavy, RNP 12, 6 miles.
Starfleet Charlie 1, continuing approach QNH 2999er. Traffic on the runway.
CZ430 at 9500.
Runway 12, traffic on the runway.
CZ430, okay, yeah, we're good.
Right on Echo, and please park on gate 3 if possible.
Alright, so we got the nav equipment set up for now. We've got it
okay, make a left on Delta
as far as we're gonna go. Initial altitude, I mean we're gonna climb all the way up to 200. So we can get that altitude select. And then the initial runway heading is 117. And we got that selected already, but we're going to actually, going to be in LNAV mode to start.
Starfleet 1, runway 12, QNH 2999er, winds calm, clear to land.
Runway 12, clear to land, stop for heavy.
Okay, and transponder 3733, that's the same code that we had for leg number 1. And altitude mode's fine. Yeah, there we go. Alright, parking brake is indeed set. Seatbelt signs can come on even though we have no passengers for this one. This is where we would load the passengers if we had any. We would remove the wheel chocks if we had put them back out. But in both of those cases, we are done. We can go ahead and go back to the utilities page and turn the GPU off. And we can go ahead and close up the door as well.
Air Canada 514, do you have enough space to go behind the Aeromexico right there in gate 4?
Okay, we'll sync everything from the sim. We'll calculate our takeoff numbers. 95.4.
Okay, thanks. Continue taxi Foxtrot behind the Aeromexico in park right next to gate 3.
112, 125, 128. And then flat retractions 158. So 112, 125, 158. Okay, those are set. Let's go ahead and get our beacon light on. And number 2 started. Starting is the other way. Okay, 13% in. We'll bring it out of cutoff. Okay, lights off, gen on. Number 1, start. 13%, we'll bring it out of cutoff.
Starfleet 1, to the end you can make a 180 and back taxi.
Lights off, gen on.
Echo, Alpha, version 1 Alpha, this is going to be your gate today.
Backtrack runway 12, then left out Echo and gate 1 Alpha, stop for heavy.
Welcome to the
Air on 56. Yeah, we weren't watching that. I left the cooler on, but I didn't realize it would continue cooling when the aircraft air was off. So I'll have to catch that next time. So we'll get it up to a comfortable temperature in here. But it's just us, no passengers on board with us this time. But we'll get that sorted out. But yeah, we'll have to make sure we turn off the cooling when we turn off the air from now on. Alright, control surface check. Yeah, nobody but us chickens, right. Control surface check, making sure that exterior control surfaces are all working, but, you know, for sim purposes.
Thanks for coming. Have a good night.
There we go. Go ahead and set flaps and set trim. We'll set the trim to the minimum amount that makes the aircraft happy. Okay, there. We need a red Lear 35 flying over. Okay, we'll take care of that here in just a little bit. Let's... Okay, nose wheel steering is engaged. And we are ready. Now, let's see. I'm not sure how they get us back. So they taxi us on Delta. They might cross us and take us back to the beginning here. So I kind of expect, you know, behind us and then cross and then Alpha. Alright.
Personnel information, Delta is not current, altimeter 3000, wind calm.
Just gonna look at that. Yeah, so we'll report in with information Delta. Get everything set on 30.0.
Cosmo Tower, Lear Jet 514 Delta Victor, information Delta, ready to taxi.
00514 Delta Victor, taxi runway 12, QNH 3000 via Delta, and hold short of 12 Delta.
Okay, 3000, we'll taxi via Delta, hold short runway 12, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, there we go. Did we get the taxi light on as we're leaving the ramp? We can get our weather radar on as well. Get it into map mode just to confirm the display is working. And then we'll switch it over to weather mode.
Lear 4, this is the Victor. You can back taxi on 12, runway 12, line up and wait.
Okay, we'll join runway 12, back taxi and line up and wait, 514 Delta Victor. Alright, well then let's step it up a little bit so that we're not holding them up. Okay, entering the runway, we'll go strobes on. I'm going to turn the taxi lights off. Generally, when you're on a runway, your forward-facing lights are off until you get takeoff clearance. That just lets any traffic downfield know that you're not about to plow into them at full speed. However, we are getting ready to go. We'll go ahead and get the pitot heat on, stall warnings on, radio altimeter on, continuous ignition on, and reverser arm switches on. We'll check spoilers, and we'll check reversers, and we're good. Okay, so when we get takeoff clearance, forward-facing lights can come on, and we'll be good to go. Okay, white markings means we can use this as a takeoff run-up area. Not run-up area. Takeoff roll area. And then we'll hold the autopilot cancel button to disengage. It'll keep nose wheel steering while we got the button held, but it'll disengage nose wheel steering once we let go.
0514 Delta Victor, runway 12, winds calm, clear for takeoff. 10 airborne, you can contact departure to 124.2. Have a good day, safe flight.
Alright, we're clear for takeoff runway 2, at 12 rather, and 124.2 upon departure, 514 Delta Victor, thank you. Okay, and that's in COM 1 already, so we're good there. Okay, no warnings, no vibrations. Hold the button in for our nose wheel steering, set 95.4. Okay, airspeed's alive, nose wheel steering is off. V1 and V rotate. Okay, gear coming up with positive climb. We'll pitch to maintain the triangle speed. Keep that into 1,000. Track the flaps. Engines down to 795. And go into departure.
Staying in ready contact, Tempe, Luba 1 Fox, arrival to 2,000 feet, spec Alice X-ray, runway 12, KNH 30.01.
2201 for the Charlie Kill, we clear to the arrival
Kilo 1 Foxtrot arrival for the runway 1 to right X-ray arrival.
Okay, let's accelerate to 250.
Again, Iluva 1 Foxtrot arrival. Yep, Iluva 1 Foxtrot arrival, settle with KFC. April. Delta 2543, radar contact.
Okay, 795 on the engines.
Up to flexible 200.
Can you repeat that direct again one more time? I apologize.
Delta 2543.
Oh, I didn't set the pressurization. We'll set that real quick.
200.
Delta 2543 is clear direct to New Dog, climb and maintain by level 200.
Okay, firm. Remember 514 Delta Victor?
514 Delta Victor, we're passing 6,000 going to 200.
For Delta Victor, radar contact, Columbia, then Noodle 1 Charlie, departure up to, and climb up to flight level 200.
Okay, Noda 1 Charlie up to 200, 514 Delta Victor.
And November 98 Papa Echo, prepare the RMP runway 12. Expect the RMP runway 12.
Yeah, trying to give everybody hypoxia. No, actually, the cabin pressure would have been, the cabin altitude would have been fine. The differential pressure would have set us off. So I'm trying to break the, fuselage. We are airborne. We can get the yaw damper on. Forward-facing lights should have come on with the takeoff clearance, like I said. Continuous ignition off, and yaw damper armors. That's right, yeah. Reverser armors off. So forward-facing lights should have come on with the takeoff clearance. I did forget that step.
Yeah, affirmative. We diverted to Mike, for their destination, Mike.
We are now coming up through 10,000. So we'll.
Second, you just got diverted, or you were
reduce the pitch.
Going first to Cancun, and then you got diverted to Cozumel.
Yeah, we were going first to Cozumel, and then we requested to Cancun. They got that approved. So we'd like to go to Mike in front of the river.
Roger. Now continue present heading, and let me run with it and ask with arrival.
Yeah, so our friend that we just heard on frequency, our forward-facing lights can come off, by the way, since we're through 10. Our friend that we just heard on frequency probably couldn't get a clearance to Cancun because of the crazy number of arrivals. So he takes off with Cozumel as filed as his destination, and now he's trying to bait and switch them. I hope they don't approve that.
Number 98 Papa Echo, expect the Poly 3 Golf arrival.
Alright, so 270 in the climb now. Let's get the engines just under 800.
And for now,
very good climb performance on this one now, because we've got much lighter load and much lighter fuel load. Matter of fact, do we still have fuel in the tips? Yeah, still got a couple 100 pounds on the tips, so we'll keep on keeping on with that. Yes, it is CB Flyer. I hope that they see it that way.
Charlie with Oscar, contact arrival, Cancun arrival in 123.2. 123.2, Charlie with Oscar, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but that's pretty shady. You file to a massive destination, you get told, oh, it's going to be X number of hours delay. Oh, okay, well then we'll just file to the destination near it. But then as soon as you get airborne, you're like, oh, we would like to divert. Come on now. You think we're that stupid? Alright, passing 18.
Delta Victor, contact Havana Center in 124.55. Have a nice flight.
2455, 514 Delta Victor.
Con salida, buenas noches, relaxa del cochete.
Yeah, let me talk to them real quick because we're coming up on our top of climb here. Havana Center, Learjet 514 Delta Victor is flight level 193 going to 200.
Number 514 Delta Victor, Havana Center, radar contact, continue climb, flight level 410, hello.
410, 514 Delta Victor. So I bumped it up to 21 just to prevent it from capturing. Although if he needed to keep us at 20, I would have intervened quickly just to avoid busting that. But I bumped it up to 21 while he was saying hello to us, on the assumption he was going to go ahead and climb us up to 41. So that worked out. A little bit of a gambit there, but it paid off. Alright, so engines to 795. Let's do another check of our cabin pressure and temperature. Temperature 70, so we're good. I'll just leave it dialed in just like that. Cabin pressure should be climbing just to under 6. And about a third of the way up at 10,000, about 2/3 of the way up at 18,000, and then all the way up once it gets up to cruise. So pressurization's working out as expected so far. And after Nadal, we got one more point, and then I got to start putting in route stuff. But I also want to get back to our slant artwork adventure as well. And then let's not lose sight. Let's not. One thing I almost always forget is switching over from speed hold to Mach hold. Once 270 knots intercepts Mach 0.7, let's not forget to switch that over. In the meantime, though,
American 321.
American 321, pass the message.
Radar services terminated.
There's our slant artwork adventure. Me in the Mayan ruins, which have been taken over by Walmart. We got some nice bikini-clad ladies that are also doing some shopping, while I push my furry co-pilots around in a shopping cart. What was Upshot? What was your request? I got to go back. I'm looking.
American 2806, descent sign of a tree through there. American 2806.
Oh, Lear, yep, okay.
Descend flight level 320.
320, 2806.
Alright, Upshot, we're working on that. Keeping our engines set to 795. Yeah, CB says we had a DCA-bound pilot from Atlanta try that last week. Kept making wrong turns to the active runway to bypass the 8 that were in the queue. Ground told him he was not going to be allowed to bypass the queue, and there were traffic management initiatives active as advertised in the 8 as he wound up disconnecting, realizing that we weren't playing his game good. Good for you guys. It kind of sounds like the guy that we heard got, you know, won his gambit. It's twice I've used the word gambit in one stream. Good Fixins is enjoying his Falcon. He says third takeoff went much better than the first and the second. A couple little gotchas, but made it out alive. Okay, oh, you're ghosting along with me. Nice, okay. Very cool.
Heading at flight level to 128, decimal 2 for Volaris 704. Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right.
This is Delta 2543.
So let's
flight level 21. Climate for flight level 2.
Let's go ahead and close that. Matter of fact, we probably can unpin
Stand by. Break United 84.
that and that.
Runway 06 clear for takeoff. Surface wind variable at 2 knots.
And all we got at Fort Myers is the airport diagram. But if we close that,
Last Yearman calling. Go ahead with your call time.
we got Podon, and then let's go Frant, F-R-A-N-T.
543 with you at flight level 22. Climate for flight level 370.
So flight plan.
Delta 2543, have an accelerator. Contact continue climb flight level 370.
After Podon, Frant, F-R-A-N-T.
Preliminary flight level 370. Delta 2543.
November 561 for Delta Victor.
514 Delta Victor, correct?
Traffic off here 11 to 10 o'clock, 11 miles, Delta 2543, Boeing 737-800, flight level 237, ascending to flight level 370. Reporting flights are on
Negative either. We're looking. We'll let you know.
Roger, at this time, fly heading 065.
Heading 065 for the traffic, 514 Delta Victor.
American 2806. Radar services terminated, contact Meridian, frequency 128.2, you have a safe flight, happy landing next week.
128.2, pick up south, thank you.
Pick up at the SDS. Delta 2581.
Down low, I think you said.
Delta 2581.
Delta 2581, radar services terminated, contact Meridian, 128.2.
128.2.
I'm looking around for him, guys. I don't see him.
Muchas gracias.
De nada. Break American 1031, radar services terminated, contact Meridian 128.2.
128.2, thanks for the services out to Duego, American 1031.
Bye-bye.
Habana, control de buenas tardes, buenas noches, perdón, taxa 657, siguiendo para el siguiente boleto 00.
I'll get back to you. Break United 8420. Airborne time was just a minute past the airborne time. 0217. Radar contact 4200. Glass level 360. United 8420.
United 8420, yeah.
Glass level 360. Radar contact passing 4500.
A very weird thing happened with the artwork. I'll explain in just a moment.
Atlantica 657, Atlantica 657, Havana radar contact, climb flight level 370.
Climb to flight level 370, Atlanta 657, thank you.
So, ChatGPT is now hitting a snag because of what it's calling erotic content. I'm like, well, the erotic content is already there. All I'm asking is for you to add a plane.
There you are. Jamaica 17, we have an radar contact, climb flight level 350. And November 514 Delta Victor, you can proceed direct to position Maxim Mike Alpha X-ray India Mike.
Direct to Maxim 514 Delta Victor.
American 1723.
Okay, let's switch over to Mach hold.
1723, go ahead.
Reset your transponder, squawk 3420.
3420, American 1720.
Frontier Flight 4701.
Frontier Flight 4701.
So I hadn't gotten to that one yet.
Transponder, squawk 3475.
3475, Frontier Flight 4701. Atlanta Center, American 1211, flight level 360.
Ironic that we're talking about Maxim, which is a magazine known for erotic imagery, while ChatGPT is stumbling over non-erotic imagery.
1733.
Right, Maxim, direct. Enter.
American 1723, bye.
Hi. Frontier Flight 4701.
Frontier Flight 4701, go ahead.
Yeah,
Flight level 370, direct Maxim.
Direct Maxim.
Upshot says the tip, yeah, so Good Fixin' says the tip tanks do make me feel a certain kind of way, and Upshot says, yeah, they separate the boys from the man. 514 Delta Victor?
Yeah, I'm showing duplicate. Change your squawk 3405.
At 3405, 514 Delta Victor.
And confirm from me your direct to Maxim.
Whoops, we were still in heading mode. We'll fix that. Direct to Maxim, 514 Delta Victor.
Delta Victor radar contact passing flight level 302 for flight level 3. Flight level 3, correction, flight level 410.
514 Delta Victor, roger. Alright, well, let's redirect ourselves to Maxim. Flight plan. Direct, enter, enter. Alright, climbing at Mach 7. Engine's going to be bumped up to 795. So what I'm going to have to do, guys, you have to give me a moment. I'm going to have to kind of regenerate the image from scratch with a brand new description. So just give me a few moments on that. I first need to make sure that I got the rest of the flight plan punched in. So let's do that first. After Maxim, we got Lulls and Tunsil. L-U-L-L-S and T-U-N-S-L. L. I'm trying not to argue with ChatGPT. I'm like, okay, if you feel like the ladies that you put in earlier are too erotic, then cover them up. But it's like, nope, this still violates the policy of too erotic. Like, okay, you're the one that put them there. UNSL. I even said, and I know that Kenny won't like this, but when I initially put that prompt in, Kenny wanted to see, you know, some ladies in bikinis. I even added to that description at that time, please feel free to make it as conservative as you need to keep it, I forget how I worded it. But basically I said bikinis, two-piece bathing suits, but,
American 503.
But please feel free to make it as tasteful as you need to. Something along those lines.
Speedbird 2201, heavy Havana Center radar contact.
I was surprised it went as racy as it did, but now it doesn't like its own artwork. Oh well, I'll yeah, so Upshot, I've the last 3 times I've tried to tell it add cover-ups, more conservative clothes. It's just stuck. I have to start over.
Yeah, let me double check on that, but for now you need to climb for traffic.
No matter what I tell it, I have to start over. So I'll start over and just start it from scratch. It's all good. It's just you got to give me a minute on it. Yeah, trust me. Trust me, I'm not waiting for you guys to tell me how to fix it. I'm working on it. You just got to give me a minute. KARTR. Carter, and then Carter, Fipes,
yes, sir.
and then Cleat. And then we're good.
American 503, fly headed 270.
KAR. Yeah, we've been doing these artwork adventures for I think over 6 or 7 months now. So we've hit snags before, and every now and then it just gets stubborn, and you just got to start a brand new chat thread. Just kind of ignore what you've done so far, and then just start it from scratch, and then give it all the description that you want. Now the drawback to that is it basically redoes the layout, so the exact placement of everything is going to be fresh rather than consistent, but it's fine.
Havana Center, hello, number 8 Mike Alpha, 430.
Okay, after Carter. Oops.
November 808, Mike Alpha, Havana Center, radar contact.
Fipes, F-I-P-E-S, and then Cleat, K-L-E-E-T. Yeah, this is the drawback of me taking that chance and saying, we'll put the rest of our route in later. Well, we got shortcutted up the line to a point that I hadn't entered in yet. Whoops. And, now I'm engaged in a what we'll call a labor-intensive task, while I'm also going to try to be engaged in another labor-intensive task, which is to completely regenerate that image. So, shame on me for allowing myself to take off without having this whole route put in. Oh well.
And it's intensifying, but it doesn't show me any area of turbulence to look out for. Would you like to accept flight level 330?
Okay, so Maxim, Lulls, Tunsil, Carter, Fipes, and Cleat. And I think we're good now. If we come back out of that and just go to the maximum range, we should be good here. And we're still 178 miles from Maxim. So we're all good. We're 1,000 to go. So we're doing much better with the climb this time at the lighter weight. So yeah, I'll just have to be more careful with the adjustments that FlySimWare has made to the engine power output. We'll just have to be more careful if we're fully loaded with with passengers and fuel. We're going to have to be careful about trying to get up to these higher flight levels.
American 2496 radar services terminated. Contact Meridian 128.2.
Go ahead and pop the seatbelt signs off, even though there's nobody on board, we'll still just follow all the same procedures anyway.
Apologize, go ahead. No problem, sir. Radar services terminated. Contact Meridian.
Okay, so now that means I've got to start. I got to find the.
Merida 282 for American 2496. Thank you.
American 503 radar services terminated. Contact Meridian 128.2 with your flight level and your heading.
Everything's still running. It's just that stupid thing where you drag something and it erases all of your open windows. Just find everything.
Emirates 213.
Next 13, go ahead.
Kingston radar is offline. Radar services terminated. Switch to Unicom.
There we are.
Switch to Unicom, Emirates 213, heavy, Captain 9.
Yeah, thanks for helping, Windows. Stop helping.
Island Breeze 9050.
Hello,
Launch level 1364, flight level 360, inbound sharp.
Blue 1364, I'm gonna send a radar contact. American 2.
Savannah, this for the American 2496, confirm the frequency 26
where is
with for Merida.
the player?
American 2496, hey, firm 128.
Slowly but surely we are recovering.
22.
We've reached 41,000. Waiting for the speed to come up a little bit.
241.
American 241, go ahead.
Contact Meridian 128.2, radar services terminated. It's pretty busy there. Expect radar vectors for sequencing and expect delays.
Okay, copy that. We'll go to 128.2, American 241. Center is November 1979. Currently at Guantanamo. Request IFR clearance for Cancun.
November 1979er, Roger, clearance is on request, stand by.
Copy that, stand by for clearance, thanks tonight.
November 1979, having clearance.
I'll raise the clearance, thanks tonight.
And clear to Mike, correction. Mike, uniform November. It's gonna be the Eric 6 departure. Egg transition runway 10. Climb initially, flight level 160. Squawk 3456.
Copy that, cleared to Cancun via the Eric 6 departure and Dennis Fall. I expect this climb out to 16,000 feet, and we got squawk 3456 for 1979.
Feedback is correct. Call me when ready.
Okay, so let's pull the engine power down just a little bit so that we don't overspeed, but we're not going to pull it down too much.
Frontier flight 4701, contact Miami 13.
Put it at about 775, and we'll see if we get closer up to the red line speed. Oh, I forgot to add the Lear climbing in the background. So
American 1730, turn right, heading.
Let's get the regeneration of the image as it was before the Learjet, and then I'll try to add the Learjet.
Right, 10-270, American 5050.
Alright, so far so good. It got us back to here, and now we're adding the red Learjet, and we'll see if it hits a snag. This has been a fun one. Looks like the speed's pretty well stabilized.
Island breeze 950, descent flight level 320 for the
Hope we ended up just a little bit, 775 or so, plus or minus a couple. Seems like it's going to keep us right below the red line speed.
Savannah, good evening, Global 725, level flight level 400.
All right, there we go. We got it. We got it. We got it back to where it was at least. So again, it changed the layout slightly since it regenerated it from scratch.
American 1730.
Okay, worked out okay.
Turn right, heading 280.
173,
W1364.
Alright, CB Flyer wants to add something to it. CB, what you got, man?
Turn right, heading 250.
Right, 250, W1364.
Here, Mexico 621. Confirm flight level 290 as your final.
Yes, sir. Flight level 290 is our final. Air Mexico 621.
Hello, my business with you to 3.
American 317 Center.
No, we can put some bottles of adult beverages in the cart. Absolutely.
Good evening, Havana Center, 582 Heavy, Buffalo 200.
Actually, 582 Havana Center, radar contact, flying null, flight level 410.
5410, then Chile, 582 Heavy, thank you.
Upshot says, speaking of, cheers. Yeah, agreed.
American 1730, American 1730. Radar services terminated. Contact Meridia 128.2 with your flight level and current heading.
Contact Meridian 128.2 with flight level 1 heading, American 1730, thanks for that. See ya.
Upshot says, yeah, I gotta behave tomorrow. I gotta get my drinks in tonight. Right. I gotta behave tomorrow afternoon when certain guests are in town, and then we'll cut loose after that.
November 1979er, do you need to push and start or just start up from your position?
We can just start up from our position for tonight.
Yeah, start up.
Gonna miss happy hour? Yeah, that's alright, man. There will always be another
We'll
one.
let you know. We're ready for taxi next time. We'll let you know.
There will always be another one.
Havana Center, Mexico 69er, Heavy, flight level 3.
Air Mexico 429 ahead, the Havana Center. Global 725, reset transponder 3476.
3476, Global 725.
JetBlue 1364, radar services terminated. Contact Meridia on frequency 128.2.
Alright,
Report your flight
so
level
let's
and
just
heading.
let's just take a moment and make sure.
64 Roger.
Maxim, Lulls, Tunsil, Carter, Fipes, Cleat. Let's just make sure that's the sequence we've got in here. I had lots on my mind while I was doing that. Maxim, Lulls, Tunsil, Carter, Fipes, Cleat. Perfect. And then FMY, another 21 miles after that. Okay, so all good. Everything seems to be finally progressing as needed. We made it up more easily to our cruise altitude.
590.
Let's go ahead and see, do we have anything left in the tip tanks at this point?
Contact Miami
Now, the wing tanks are almost full at 1254, but the tip tanks are basically empty. So let's go ahead and get that fuselage tank emptying now. We can see that over here in more detail. This is a little bit of a cheat. I don't know that you'd have a tablet that would show you your exact fuel quantities this accurately, but maybe we can try. I don't know that I know the proper way to cross-feed and fix the balance in this plane. I feel like, or no, was it this one or was it the BAE 146? I almost killed the engines trying to do that. I think it might have been the BAE. And this one, I think it might be okay. Yeah, so I think I leave the jet pumps on, but then you can turn the standby pump on. Yeah, I gotta remember. That's jettison. We don't want that. cross flow open.
Wolf here, 1632.
And then the standby pump on the heavier side, I think is the way we do it. So we'll try that. We'll first move the fuel out of the fuselage tank.
Descend 320, Wolf Air 1632.
And we'll go back. We'll stop cheating.
Delta 420.
Go to Delta 420.
We'll stop cheating and we'll just do it off of the gauge here. Yeah, still got a little bit left. When it's done emptying, this will light up and indicate that it is empty. We'll know that we can switch that off.
Spirit 201, can I get a shot of the feedback channel?
Yeah, you saw.
And then what's our coverage in Miami?
Climb flight level 350 at your final.
We are. The Miami Center is a different one than what we talked to at the beginning. Been on an hour and a half. And he might be the only one on, huh?
American 1211.
Oh, Miami.
Go for American 1211.
Miami has a tower. Other than that, it's one person working Miami Center.
Right, 270, American 1211.
So, hopefully, he'll still be on. Yeah, so it's hard to see with the sunlight shining on it, but I do believe that white light saying empty is on. Gauge does seem to indicate empty. Okay, yep. Yes, that white light was definitely on, and now it's not. So the fuselage tank is now empty. The tip tanks are also empty. So each wing tank is now at just over 1,200. And total fuel is about 2,500. And we can verify that by looking over here. Yeah, everything's in the wing tanks now. Oh, CB Flyer, yeah, hold on. Man, we got a full bar there, man.
Go 621 approaching top descent.
We're restocking. That's
621, Roger.
That's that might be 4 figures worth of alcohol there. Holy cow.
Expect island approach.
See, we're splitting costs on that, right?
Ready to descend across, actually, descend flight level 170.
We'll take it out of stream. Refill the tipsy tanks, right? Yeah, indeed.
170 to approach Calno and clear the Venti
I like that
for
one.
arrival. There'll be ILS runway 6 there. And we will pick up Delta.
We'll take it out of stream revenue. It's fine. It's fine.
And one more information. Confirm your
operational supplies. There's a line item in my stream budget that's called operational supplies. I'm pretty sure. We'll just take it out of that.
Say again, Eric. 621.
Yeah, the weather observation segment. Segment 6 is valid. Is embedded from the storm. Observation at 2220, moving northwest at 15 knots and intensifying. Simulating but cloud tops above flight level 560. Confirm you have that segment weather info.
Yeah, we'll pick up the segment right now.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
Roger, thank you.
Yeah, something like that at Live tomorrow, CB Flyer. Yeah, I think so, right? I would expect so. If Atlantas or anything like ZDCs, then that is a certainty.
Miami 132.2.
32.2 will fire 1632 at good evening.
Delta 420, Miami 132.2.
Probably going to be ours as well.
Miami on 132.2.
So we'll just be ready for that one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Havana Center, good evening, Delta 138, flight level 220, and we're at Mach 0.74, that's the highest flight level to do.
November 808, Mike Alpha, turn right, heading 270.
Right, 270, flight level Mike 1.
Center, Papa Romero, Melcasia. Major level 400, Canosa.
Papa Romeo Alpha
I'll tell you what, I can probably consolidate a little bit.
Your transponder, squawk 3403.
So funny story, CB, my chatbot sends me my private messages if I'm logged on at the time they're sent, and I agree with you completely.
Mach 87.3, 27.4, that's the highest.
At this point, I think we're pretty redundant in terms of the high altitude charts that I have here from the FAA through SkyVector. Maxim, Tunsil, Carter, Fipes, and Cleat. So I think at this point, while desktop charts has served us well, I think I can switch back to the more familiar now SkyVector for domestic charts.
Oh, my apologies, Center. I'm here with you. Delta 2543.
Alright, let's
Delta
move.
2543, contact Miami 132.
Roosevelt, let's add the activity queue, and then let's move the image over to the right. So over here we've got
808 Mike Alpha, turn right, heading 285.
we got our event description: summer break at the Riviera Maya Friday night ops event. We got VATSIM radar here. We can see that the three featured fields, Cozumel, Cancun, and Merida, all pretty well. Well, Merida didn't get a lot of love, did it? Neither did Cozumel, to be honest. Everyone wanted to go to Cancun because that's the one of the three people I've heard of. I guess people who have done cruises in the Caribbean know Cozumel. But Cancun is well known as a vacation destination. Merida's just, I guess, not well known at all. I had never really didn't know much about it, so not really had heard of it before. Look at how far they're swinging out these arrivals. These poor guys.
American 317.
So yeah, so this FNO didn't end up working out too well in terms of load balancing, did it? Everyone wanted to go to this one. Oh well, but like I said, I'm happy we chose wisely. It worked out for us.
Yeah, Mexico 621, clear, Venti to Alpha. After Colonel, descend to flight level 040.
A little bit of a high cloud layer here. I'll tell you what, let's go back to SkyVector. I had turned off the weather radar layer. Yeah, we got some messy weather that we're going over top of.
Clear, Mexico 621.
Mexico 621.
Clear, Venti to Alpha arrival. After Colonel, you can descend to flight level 040.
Alright, that's the Colonel, descend flight level 040.
But it looks like it's all moved. This was all over Tampa and Fort Myers when we started, but it's moved down to the south and east now. But it looks like we're kind of catching the top end of it now. Looks like it might not be too favorable below us.
American 317, turn right, heading 270.
270, American 317.
So Good Fixin' says, I've only ever been to the vacation destination on the other side, which is Acapulco, and even that was a very long time ago. Yeah, I was saying earlier, so my wife and I have been to Cozumel, but that's going to have been 12 years. 12 years next month, but we are getting to go again in January. So that'll be pretty awesome.
128.2 with flight level heading American 121.
Yeah, there's going to be a 2-week break of the stream in January. We're going down to visit my parents in Fort Myers, which is where we're heading now. Going to visit my parents, and then we're going to go on a... We booked a cruise with some friends here, some local friends, but it's a real short cruise. So my wife and I were like, well, let's back-to-back ourselves and book the one right after it. So that'll be fun. That'll be a good time. That'll be a good time.
Yeah, 8420.
Fly heading 265.
265, 8420.
United 8420, radar services terminated. Contact Meridia 128.2 with your heading.
Yeah, we should be getting the handoff back to Miami any second now, I would think, unless we've missed it.
Contact Meridia with heading flight level with the 8420.
So Good Fixin' says, I loved Mexico City when I went there. Yeah, now I've never been there. That's the only destination I've ever been to in Mexico has been Cozumel, but we're going this trip coming up. We're going Cozumel and Costa Maya.
Radar services terminated. Contact Meridia 128.2.
Costa Maya, I should say.
Flight level.
Contact Meridia 128.2 is my flight level from American 1155 today.
808 Mike Alpha.
808 Mike Alpha.
Citation 808 Mike Alpha, radar services terminated. Contact Meridia 128.2 with your heading and flight level.
Where are you with heading and flight level?
These are all these guys that they're sequencing into Cancun.
November 514 Delta Victor.
We're here.
Contact Miami 132.2. Bye-bye.
322 514 Delta Victor. We'll see you.
See you.
Consider November 1979. Red 1. Delta City 543.
3010.
Altimeter 3010. Delta City 543.
American 1118 taxi by, what's that? Taxi by...
So Good Fixin' says we also went to a small silver mining town called Taxco, which was beautiful but not super interesting. I love that. Was that what you put on your Yelp review? 3 stars.
320 Bravo 0, clear visual 1 on the left, clear to land 102Z5.
Clear to land 1 line left, visual 320.
Delta 1379, flighting 160, John localized.
160, John localized, Delta 1379.
My airport code 1 by the code X3 arrival, or lauded land east, Palm Beach, altimeter 3012.
Cheap shinies, but nothing else to do. Yeah, 2 stars. No one spoke English there.
JetBlue 281 Miami Center. JetBlue 281 Miami Center.
We'll hit Miami Center, JetBlue 281.
JetBlue 281 and descend via the Dakota Tree arrival for Lauderdale lands east, Palm Beach, altimeter 3012.
3012 landing is on descending by Dakota Tree arrival, JetBlue 281.
Delta 1007, descend via the Fox 5, Miami lands east, altimeter 3010.
Descend via the Fox.
So Good Fixin' says, I did see a huge pile of Jamaican broccoli in the market there and a rotting pig at the open air meat vendor stall. That's interesting.
November 250, Mike, contact Houston Center 120.
Just look, you said it was not super interesting and now you're contradicting yourself.
120.35.
JetBlue 1366, cross raise at 1010,000, Tampa altimeter 3012. Bravo 1366 Miami Center.
Go ahead.
Bravo 1366, crossing raise at 10,000, Tampa altimeter 3012.
Raise 10,000, JetBlue 1366, back.
American 1271, contact Havana 124.55.
He's busy. Let's see. Is he getting less busy or more busy? Sounds like he's shipping people
American
off the frequency.
Miami Center. Exactly Jet 238, contact Havana 124.55.
2455, exit Jet 238, good day.
American 388, contact Havana 124.55.
Oh, this is this group down here. He's sending them all to Havana. I thought he said Atlanta.
American 388, Miami Center.
He doesn't border Atlanta. He borders Jax.
November 514 Delta Victor, Miami.
Yeah, we're here, 410.
514 Delta Victor, descend and maintain 17,000, Miami altimeter 3010.
All right, 3010 down to 17,000, 514 Delta Victor.
Hey, American 1050, did you lift the hand up?
American 1050, Havana 124.55.
Good evening, Laksa 657.
Alright, so 1379 overhead body, cleared LS19, right?
Alright, so we're gonna get a descent going.
Jeff 514 Victor Juliet, we'd like to start our descent.
November 3200 Bravo taxi by Echo.
Basically sea level, right? Yeah, 17 feet, Fort Myers. So there we go. Pressurization starting down.
41 on the ground at Tampa, ready for push.
I think we're a little early, honestly, on the descent.
514 Victor Juliet, descend and maintain 10,000, 4 miles altimeter 3010.
3010 down to 10,000 for Victor Juliet.
43 miles. Well, okay. I guess that's not that. Guess that's not that outlandish.
6432 radar contact direct key climb and maintain flight level 340.
So we'll bring the throttles back down to a little bit more than a 2,000 foot per minute descent. We're keeping the Mach number until the Mach number intersects 280 knots. Yeah, so now Acapulco, Griffithson says, was just taking taxi cabs to Walmart, Planet Hollywood, Carlos and Charlie's, and Senior Frog. Yeah, so all the touristy stuff there, obviously. I mean, you know, I feel like you got the best of both worlds there. You got the super touristy stuff, and then you got the you know, the more authentic experience. You know, that was like years and years ago, decades ago, trip to Paris with a group. Where we were staying was like in a very kind of very kind of off the beaten path as far as, I mean, it was a hotel, so obviously it's meant for tourists, but the area we were in was not real tourist heavy, so there was a lot of like authentic French bistros around. But then at the same time, we got into the city center and we did all the touristy stuff. Hard Rock Cafe and the whole works there. And I liked the bistros, but I didn't speak the language, so I was relying on my friends to translate for me, and I feel like we didn't get great service because of that, because I think that service was a little bit annoyed that I had no idea what they were saying, even though I had a translator there with me. I don't know, that was the impression I got anyway.
Victor Juliet, actually, you said you were on the R95?
Yes, sir, for Victor Juliet.
Victor Juliet, can I expect that proceed right Botley and cross Botley at
so there sounds like there's a 514 Victor Juliet.
The RDAP runway 5 will cross Botley at or above 2004 Victor Juliet.
Miami Executive Eagle.
Well, I gotta make sure I don't answer up for him, man.
PDC to Miami.
Welfare 1632, contact Miami approach 126.85.
Let's
Welfare 1632, contact Miami approach 126.85.
Wind's calm there, 3013.
Air traffic 9, pushing the island breeze 950, contact Miami approach 126.85.
I think he said 3010.
1021 145 minus unit requirement, maintain flight level 370.
Since wind is calm at Fort Myers, which runway do we want?
2145 Miami.
We're parking.
Delta 2145, requirement, maintain flight level 370.
What did I say? We're going to park at the north ramp, I think? No, west ramp. We're going to park at the west ramp.
Delta 2542, contact.
It doesn't matter. Runway 5 is probably fine. I mean, whatever's easiest for them.
Delta 25.
What do they have in terms of approaches? I guess that would... Yeah, runway 5 seems like... Makes the most sense.
2711, top descent. Again, 2711, descended by the coastal tree, Miami Land East, altimeter 3010. 70, that goes to 390 East, 3010 for American 2711. 514 Delta Victor, expect RNAV 5 and approach via Butley when able to clear direct Butley.
So RNAV 5 via Butley, is that what you said?
Paper.
What's that?
Direct Butley when able.
Okay, direct Butley when able 5 and 4 Delta Victor.
Miami Executive Eagle 4976 PDC.
So let's go
give you on voice standby.
Procedure, select approach, RNAV 5 from Butley, enter.
UHS 1046, 7 minutes, you're out.
Go ahead for 1046.
Procedure,
1046,
select approach,
direct mark.
RNAV 5
direct Homestead.
Butley. I gotta know not to turn the little knob at that point, because that happened to me before.
Mike Romeo Kilo Tango and then direct Homestead.
Mike Alpha Romeo Kilo Tango.
Big knob. Okay, activate,
Mike
enter.
Alpha Romeo Kilo Tango, direct Homestead.
Direct Butley, enter, activate.
VHS 1046, correct. Descend to maintain 7000, Miami altimeter 3010.
Yeah, I'm not looking for, yeah.
Then maintain 7000, 3010 for the altimeter VHS 1046.
Is that Eagle 4976 bearing?
Pass your message, 4976.
Slow it to 280.
Alright, this is gonna be a full route clearance. And, VHS,
and we are 84 miles from Butley.
Miami Airport via radar vector.
RNAV runway 5.
Charlie Alpha Romeo November uniform. Dapper 4 arrival. Maintain 15,000. Departure this frequency.
If we miss, we go straight out to iBite 2600.
Alright, clear to Miami via radar vector Carnu, then Duval 4.
And Butley, after Butley is 2,000.
15,000, squawk
Minimums.
4770, Executive Eagle.
We do have LNAV, VNAV.
Executive Eagle 4976.
So we got a decision altitude of 317.
Altimeter 3018.
We'll call.
I'll set the alert for 400 just to give us a little bit of a buffer, but 317 is the point by which we need to be deciding that whether or not we are going around.
Southwest 941, runway 1 on the left, back to by Charlie. 19 left via Charlie, Southwest 941.
And final approach course on that 051, so we can kind of just get this arrow to make a little bit more sense. Do us. So landing runway 5 at the west ramp. So we try to turn off here at Echo if we end up crossing. It's a left turn either way. Straight to 26 if we go missed. And Straight to 26 if we go missed.
41 on left clear for takeoff.
And a left-hand turn-off if we make it down successfully, aiming to turn off prior to the crossing runway.
Miami, Delta 1007 Heavy, descending now. Being plugable for 10, descending the other front.
And 21,000 feet to lose and 66 miles. So yeah, we need to be descending at about 2,000 feet a minute, maybe a little bit more.
Miami Center from Zero 93 Heavy with you, 11,516. Air France 093 Miami Center, climb and maintain flight level 370 Delta file. France 370, final Air France 093 Heavy. Diablo 21, contact Miami approach 126.185.
126.5 with a main approach to 21.
American 2711, contact Miami approach 126.185. 126.85, 2711, yeah.
Miami Center, Southwest 197, entering with the north final 250.
Southwest 197, Miami.
24 is the temp there. And 17 is the altitude. Sink the weight from the sim. But we figure it's going to be another. Oops. Sink the weight from the sim. Oh. Sink the weight from the sim. It's not letting me type it. I was going to try and subtract 1,000. That's okay. Close enough. 119, 126 are the speeds.
514 Victor Juliet, North Carolina, between Union Free. Report I-4 cancellation on the ground, or missed the first district, that's if it gets future. If it's stage clear, we'll clear on the ground for I-4 cancellation, 514 Victor Juliet.
That is a 514 Victor Juliet. We got a 514 Delta Victor and a 514 Victor Juliet on the frequency. Oof.
JetBlue 1366, expect ILS 19 air left.
Expect ILS 19 left, JetBlue 1366.
And if Fort Myers is a Class Delta, Pagefield is a Class Delta, so they do have an operating control tower. However, it might be closed by the time we get up there. It might be closed now. So I'm going to set the advisory frequency of 119.0, just in case we are told to switch to that for traffic advisories. 119.0. Have that ready to go.
Land Chile 582 minus and hello.
Alright, and 30... he's told us 3010, but 3013 is our destination altimeter. We'll go ahead and set that.
514 Delta Victor, this will maintain 2000, Fort Myers altimeter 3015.
Alright, 2000, 3015, 514 Delta Victor. Alright, well 3015 is what he gave us.
Miami Center, Southwest 941, leaving 5,000.
Go with that. And down to 2.
Southwest 941, radar contact with Derek Sinky, climb and maintain 2000.
Derek Sinky, climb and maintain 12,000, Southwest 941.
We've got 40 miles to make it down 15,000 feet. So I've underdone the descent profile a little bit. We'll catch up.
582, descend by the Sandbar tree arrival, Miami Land East altimeter 3017.
Alright, and since we're going to bank straight onto the approach, guys, why don't we go ahead and start putting in some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel starts runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. And we'll know that you need a descent rate either way. The closest prediction is going to get an automatic entry into our July 29th landing rate raffle.
Last test, 57 contact Miami approach 126.85.
126.85.
Well, yeah, now we're at 14,000.
Southwest 197, descend by the Fox 5, Miami lands east altimeter 3017.
But by the time we get up to this initial fix, we're going to get banked straight on the final, so going to come at us quick. At 32 miles. 32 miles to drop another 11,000 feet, so yeah, we're kind of hustled down.
1366 is going to maintain 5,000.
Which was my fault. Keep the vertical speed going.
Southwest 197,
But we'll drop the speed out here. Actually, I'm going to just, we'll put it into pitch control mode. Oh, it's doing pretty good.
Number 514 Delta Victor, cross a Butley at or above 2,000, clear to RNAV 5 approach.
Alright, Butley at or about 2,000, clear to the RNAV runway 5 approach, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, it's doing good. So we're below 10, we get the forward-facing lights on. We are decelerating through 250 now. That's good. When we get turned on to final, we'll get the autopilot off, but we'll get the reverser arm switches on, and we'll get the continuous ignition on. So 6,000 to lose and 23 miles. So we're good. We've caught up. We can shallow the descent. Add a little throttle back in. I'm going to let the speed come down to about 210. And we're going to shoot for about 1,000 feet per minute in the descent.
Southwest 941, contact Jackson 127.87.
Jacksonville 127.87, Southwest 941.
So we got 5,000 to lose and 20 miles.
Miami Center, American 446, request.
American 446, go ahead.
Sir, requesting direct low Lima uniform, Lima Sierra, possible.
And remember, at VREF, the plane is already pitched up. Even though it doesn't look it. At VREF, the plane is already going to land on its mains first. Well, I don't need to add any pitch on final. Alright, we're good. We're just slightly above 210, or 200 knots rather. Keeping about 1,000 feet per minute. Just the autopilot's just holding the pitch.
Miami Center, Vision Jet 514 Victor Juliet on the ground at Page, cancel IFR.
So we got 514 Victor Juliet at Page, and then we got 514 Delta Victor coming at the Page also. I have a feeling. I have a feeling you're lurking here somewhere, Mr. 514 Victor Juliet. But it's all good.
DHS 1046 squawk 2751.
Pretty funny though. I love it.
2751 DHS 1046.
I might say 16, contact Havana Center 124.55.
I had 14 miles to go, so ideally that'd be, 2,000, 4,000 feet. And yeah, we're 6,000 to 2,000, so yeah, we're pretty good here. Descent profile worked out fairly well.
Thank you. Thank you.
JetBlue 1366, fly present heading to center maintain 3000, vectors to follow.
Present heading 3000, JetBlue 1366.
Alright, keep those predictions coming, guys. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And closest gets an automatic entry into our July 29th landing rate raffle. Let's get continuous ignition on.
Southwest 250.
Let's get the reversers armed.
Southwest 250, go ahead.
We lost our engines because I ran out of fuel because I forgot to refuel my aircraft. Currently trying to refill my APU.
Whoops.
And Southwest 250, sort it out, and let me know if you need it. Alright,
Grandpa Rex is here. How are you, Grandpa Rex? Hey, I mean, you know, which was it, the Comanche the other day that I started and was getting ready to take off in? I was like, oh, we need to add fuel, and then when I added fuel, I screwed up the fuel system. Oh, right, and the DC-6, I literally ran out of fuel in the tanks I had selected, even though I still had plenty in the others. But the plane kept driving anyway.
Miami Center Delta 358.
I have 5 miles to get to 2,000. Yeah, Grandpa Rex, no, unfortunately I have plans away from the sim all day tomorrow, so I will not be part of that. But hope that everybody who is part of that has a good time. The CB Flyers planning on being there.
358, Miami Center. Where are you?
Alright, let's,
So we were in a hole over a Hoy. We're on the 86 at the Tampa Delta 358. We're about to turn back inbound.
Yaw dampers off, autopilot's off.
Did you approach
My airplane.
Center to resume your route?
Yep, I was just coming out of the last leg, and we're resuming the arrival now. We're at 11,000.
Alright, and you can expect ILS 1 under.
One more time, Bruce, to you.
Expect ILS 1 under, right?
2,000.
Okay, ILS 19 right, level 3.
But I think it's also 2,000 at Uzawa. Also 2,000 at Graham, so we're going to keep 2,000 here. So I'm going to level the plane out. Add a little bit of throttle back in, but not a lot.
2685, Delta 1027 Heavy, we'll see you in
Because we do want to let the speed go ahead and come down.
Miami approach 126185.
2685.
Below 200, we'll actually go ahead and get the first notch of flaps in.
JetBlue 1366, sliding 120, decimal maintain 2000.
120, descent maintain 2000, JetBlue 1366.
JetBlue 2980, Miami Center, if you're up, climb and maintain flight level 230. .514 Delta Victor, no aircraft observed between you and the field. Report IFR cancellation on the ground. Question, IFR cancellation in the air or on the ground, this frequency. I'm sorry, mixed approach to this frequency, we continue.
Okay, frequency change approved. We'll keep the IFR for now. 514 Delta Victor, talking a bit.
Alright.
Okay, so we're keeping 2,000 for a little bit for the next 2 waypoints. And yeah, it's yelling at me because I don't have the gear out yet. A little too slow. We got 1 notch of flaps. We got 2 more notches of flaps to go. We're at or above 2,000, which is fine. So Izawa is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, is about a 13-mile final. Page field, Learjet 514 Delta Victor's about 13 mile final, RNAV runway 5 approach. We'll stop, Page field. Alright, overshot the turn quite a bit. Keep the speed up to about 180 until we're starting to descend. And then we'll get flaps gear and slow it down to the approach. Ooh, we got another, we picked up extra 1,000 feet there. It's okay, we got plenty of time before we need to be back at 2,000. That next waypoint up ahead, 5.5 miles before we need to be back at 2,000. And we don't want to overspeed the flaps, so let's keep it at 200 knots. Page field will be on this side of the river, so Fort Myers is on this side. Coral, not Coral Gables. Cape Coral is on this side. There's Coral Gables and there's Cape Coral. Coral Gables, I think, is on the Miami side. Cape Coral's over here on the other side of the river from Fort Myers. Oh, I think I see our runway right here. When we get to Grams, we're 5 or 6 mile final at Grams. Okay, pretty much joining glide slope now. I'm going to set 2,600 on the missed approach. Whoops, so we're shooting again. Okay, gear, second notch flaps. And right there at Grams. Page field, Learjet 514 Delta Victor's 6 mile final over top Grams for runway 5 RNAV. Full stop, Page field. Okay. One more notch of flaps to go. I got the reversers armed. Got the continuous ignition on. Last call for the predictions. Alright, there's flaps, final flap speed. Okay, get it trimmed out. Remember, we're not going to add any more pitch. We have more nose up pitch than we realize we do. They get it trimmed out right at the approach. Looks good. Glide's good. Speed's good. Speed's coming down a little bit. We're a little bit slow, a little bit low. I'm going to add just a touch of nose up and a touch of power. Page field, Learjet 514 Delta Victor, short final, runway 5, full stop, Page field, west ramp. I got a tiny little bit of nose right crab in, so we'll kick. Oh, maybe that's settling out now, because now all of a sudden we're moving over to the right. Yeah, wind shifting. Looks like it's right down final now. Okay, we're slowly decelerating from V approach to V ref. Center line's good, glide's good. Decision altitude. Landing. And remember, we're not adding any more nose up here. Fly this attitude right to the blocks. Yeah, that's how we do it. Bring the nose down ever so gently. There we are. And we'll cancel the reversers. We're rolling out kind of to the end here, but we'll just let it roll. Is that a taxiway, or that maybe used to be a taxiway? We'll turn off. Oh, gotta get my button held. I think this is a grass taxiway. Clean up everything here. Yeah, I think this is a grass taxiway. At Pagefield, cleared at 514 Delta Victor is clear of runway 5 or taxiing across runway 13 on the taxi in Pagefield. Alright, and then let's we gotta cancel our IFR as well. Alright, so let's pause here. Let's get the steering engaged. Let's get back to the center frequency to cancel our IFR. I don't want to be off frequency while I'm crossing the runway here. Center Lear at 514 Delta Victor's down safely at Page and cancel IFR. It might be off already. Yeah, he logged off. Oh well. Pagefield there at 514 Delta Vickers, taxiing to the west ramp, crossing runway 13 at taxiway Charlie, Pagefield. So maybe the airport layout's not exactly correct. Potentially, possibly. Be the first time or the last time. And then did we get all the taxi and stuff? Yeah, all the switches. Weather radar? I think the weather radar's still on. We can get that down and off. Just visually inspect, nobody coming. Pagefield, Lear at 514 Delta Victor is clear of all runways and Charlie to the west ramp. Pagefield. Alright, well I was happy with that. I haven't looked at the number yet. Let's look at the number. Very much in the same range we were in for the first one, but overall I felt that it was very well executed, just like the first one. And again, that realization don't add any additional up pitch because you're already more pitched up than you think you are. Like, I think that worked out well for us. And I had said it 100 times trying to learn how to land this plane, you know, that you fly the approach attitude all the way to the blocks, but it just didn't feel right. So I kept wanting to chop power and then flare on, you know, over the threshold, but it kept slamming in that way. And then, you know, it would, always the nose would come way further down to get onto the nose wheel than I expected it would, and it's just, you just don't realize how angled down it is when it's just sitting here. So getting back to that, we want to try and squeeze in where they're, yeah, I don't know if we got room there. Where are we going to park this thing, guys? Yeah, alright, well, let's put it where they're waving it. Waving us. We'll go back. We'll go back. Back. Do it again. Yeah, I don't know if we're squeezing between those. Oh, we're plenty fine. Look at that. We got way more room than I thought we did. Actually, light can come off, by the way, since we're on the ramp now. I don't know if we're fitting in there, but we'll try. Overshot it just a little bit. Yeah, we're not paying for the TBM damages, right? Well, we got the high wing over here, so we got more room than we realized we do. Squeeze the tank under his wing. Not really getting any help from the marshal there either. Marshal, marshal, marshal. Oh, we're good. We're golden. Look at that. We had it. Upshot says, yeah, in real life you'd be fired for parking that close. I know, that's what makes it fun. Alright, let's get this thing shut down. Let's go over the numbers here. Cabin air can come off. Cooling was not on, so we're good. Engine gens can come off. Cutoffs. Seatbelt lights. Transponder mode and code. And beacon light. Go to the utilities. Let's get the ground power connected. Let's get the door open. We don't have any passengers to empty. So let's look at the, let's go to the fuel page. Now with the leg number 1, we didn't really have a good prediction for because the fuel we weren't able to load the tip tanks as high as we were supposed to, so there's something going on with the tablet not having the correct capacity for the extended range tip tanks. So we didn't actually start with that. We then refueled up to that prior to departing. We said we would be down at 3 minutes after midnight. Well, that's we got down early because I think probably because of this very, very direct approach. So we saved some mileage there. It's supposed to end with 1585, which is just under 16, so we'll say 800 per side. And we've got just over 800 per side, so we got a little bit of extra, again, for taking that more direct path. But upshot is didn't mean to use your name there. But the upshot of the conversation is that the timing and fuel estimates are still pretty good in this aircraft. Even though they've updated power output, the fuel consumption still seems to be pretty well on the mark. Okay. Let us then look at your predictions. So Touchdown FX scored this a 96 out of 100, and I felt very, very good about it. The descent rate per minute, in feet per minute rather, was 180, and I felt good. Touchdown zone is where it scored us down a little bit, but center line 9 out of 10, everything else, only a minor deduction there. And if we look at the approach telemetry, yeah, we can see we're just slightly long. But a nice smooth descent and not an overflare. Our pitch was in the mid-2s on the way down, and then I pitched it up to about 5 or 6. Okay, so I did flare it a little bit. I shouldn't have, but still within limits there. Didn't exceed 6.5 or thereabouts. Oh, almost 7 there. Oh, that was after touchdown. But yeah, so I did add a little bit of more nose-up flare against my, I gotta fight my tendencies there. But it wasn't too much this time. It was, much more level feeling by the time we touched down. And, yeah, nice. 180 was the number that registered. And, yeah, only had the 2 predictions, Iowa Scotsman and Upshot 2020. So Upshot will go ahead and take the win for that one. But yeah, so there we go. Overall, very, very pleased with both of those. KFMY, and where are we? 10. Okay, well, let's go ahead and close up shop here and call it a night. A little bit of a longer stream, but great event though. Lots of fun. So yeah, Miami did disappear on us. That's fine. Oh yeah, you see the little button hook there. We kind of overshot the turn slightly, but didn't do too bad there. But still got quite a number of folks trying to make their way into Cancun prior to the event closing down in 20 minutes. So good luck to all of them. Look how fun, that's how far they've had to swing them out to make that work. Yeah, but that load balancing of this Friday Night Ops did not work well at all with Merida and Cancun getting not nearly the attention. I'm sorry, yeah, Merida and Cozumel not getting nearly the attention of Cancun. So, oh, somebody next to us must have just disconnected. All right, well, let's go ahead and get the shutdown completed, and then we'll talk about what's coming up on the stream. Man, we got a really special one on Sunday, so I want to talk more about that. All right, let's get back to the flow list and just run through this little shutdown here. Let's get the ground power off. Utilities page, yeah, ground power off. Come down here and get the yaw damper power off, 1 and 2. Autopilot master. There, avionics master off, anti-skid off. The inverters. Nav lights will come off there. Battery switches and then standby battery to standby. We see the lose the gear indicators there. And then down you lose all the rest of the power. Alright, door is closed. And there we are. Like a glove. We'll disconnect from the network just to get rid of all that excess noise. But there we are, down and safe at Page Field here in the northwest side of Fort Myers, Florida. And yeah, had a great one. Thanks for all of us who, all of you who rode along. A couple of you even flew along. Maybe one more than we even realized. But yeah, appreciate having you. And let's wrap up our slant artwork adventure as well. Yep. So here's our slant artwork adventure. Again, we had to do kind of 2 iterations of it. But me pushing the furry co-pilots through the Cozumel Walmart, which was converted from the Cozumel Mayan ruins. And then Melvin had said he wanted us to create a version of this picture etched into the wall of one of the ruins. So we'll see how that goes. I kind of feel like the one we were just looking at will end up being the one that ends up on YouTube, but we'll do the wall etching version just for Melvin's benefits, because that's what he cashed in his points earlier to request. All right, anyway, guys, so Sunday is our next stream. We're normally on Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. We fly a variety of different planes, not a wide variety, a small variety of different planes, but we fly a single-engine piston. We fly the DC-6 vintage prop liner. We fly the Lear 35 FlySimWare. We fly the vintage regional jet, the BAE 146, and then we fly the PMDD 737 800 series. On Sunday, we're back into the DC-6, and yes, that's going to be an interesting one. That venture, it's the annual VATSIM version of the EAA AirVenture event in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. And Chicago AirTCC puts on a marvelous version of it. They really, really do replicate the ambiance of that massive, massive VFR cluster that comes into Oshkosh and that Fisk VFR arrival special procedure that they use in order to cram all that VFR traffic into Oshkosh for this fly-in. VATSIM does a great version of it. The Chicago AirTCC really captures it well in terms of the the wing rocking instructions and the rapid fire instructions that they're giving to each arrival in succession. We've done it from a variety of different directions enjoying that arrival. We did also do the Warbird arrival in the Corsair a couple of years ago. Well, we're going to do an IFR trip up to that venture in the DC-6. We have not done an IFR trip to that venture. We're going to do an IFR arrival into Oshkosh in the DC-6. Weather permitting, it does seem like, as I skim through the Noteman pilot guide, it does seem like the way you do that is is by canceling IFR and then joining the Warbird arrival. So it may end up kind of being the same thing. However, in the DC-6, that's going to be a very different animal than it was in the Corsair. So should be interesting either way. We did a long haul on the DC-6, about a 3.5 hour trip in the DC-6 a couple weeks ago, the one that Upshot was referring to earlier when we inadvertently ran out of fuel, but the plane kept going anyway. So we're going to hope not to repeat that mistake, but it is going to be kind of a similar thing. We're going to depart the DC-6 from my secondary home airport of Salisbury, Maryland, and then we're going to fly, out to Oshkosh from Salisbury. We're going to do the same kind of thing where we normally do in our longer trips in the DC-6, where we turn it into a fuel rebalancing puzzle. We'll load it very haphazardly. Something has gone completely wrong with the fuel loading, and it's all over the place. And we'll rebalance it as we go, so we will do that again, but hopefully I will not forget to reconfigure it symmetrically prior to touchdown in Oshkosh, where like we did in Newark, we technically ran out of fuel in the selected tanks, but the plane kept going anyway when we were arriving there. And as grateful as I was not to look like an idiot until afterward when we realized what happened, I was also annoyed that the plane did not punish me for my major mistake, so we'll try not to repeat it on our way into Oshkosh. But we're going to fire up the stream. It's 1800 Zulu is when the event starts, so that's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to, because it's a 3-hour trip up there from Salisbury, we're going to start the stream at 11 a.m. Eastern Time and depart at noon, or prior to noon Eastern Time on Sunday. So that'll be the plan for Sunday. 11 a.m. Eastern Time start, departing probably 11:45ish Eastern Time to head up about a 3 to 3.5 hour trip up to Oshkosh, and then we'll be landing kind of toward the beginning of this window when it should be a little busier. So that'll be the plan. Sunday 11 a.m. Eastern Time, so that's when you can join us. Guys, have a great rest of your evening and start to your weekend. And Upshot, again, safe travels tomorrow. Upshot is joining me to visit me in town tomorrow afternoon, so looking forward to that. It should be a good time. And then the rest of you guys, well, oh man, so our slant artwork adventure still churning that last modification. Let's see. If it completely hangs on us, then I'll just have to post it in the Discord. Oh, yeah, we got it. There's our cave etching for Melvin's benefit. So there you go. So yeah, there's our slant artwork adventure. I'll post the entire succession. Turned out pretty good. We wound up having to do it in 2 separate threads, but turned out pretty good. We'll post all those in the Discord as well. But yeah, thanks again for joining us, guys, and we'll see you Sunday. 11 a.m. Eastern Time from Salisbury, Maryland, and the PMDG DC-6. Until then, guys, be happy, healthy, and safe in all your travels and adventures between now and then. Let's go ahead and send the raid over to Jeffrey B., who still looks like he's still doing some flying around. Is he? Or is he? No, is he wrapping up? I think Jeffrey B. might be wrapping up. Is Sim Caesar still doing his train thing? Yeah, Sim Caesar's still doing his train thing, so we'll shoot you over to him. He's probably wrapping up real soon too, but we'll at least shoot you over to him real quick while he's doing one more leg on his Japanese stream. Alright, so tell Sim Caesar that Slant Alpha sends his love, friends, and then we'll see you Sunday. Have a good one.